We will get underway. Welcome to Economic Development Committee. Welcome members. We'll start with apologies. We've got apologies from Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Pascoe for lateness, and full apologies for Jeff. Are there any other apologies? None. I move that the apologies be accepted. Seconded, Councillor Ewan. Confirmation of agenda before you. As usual, we're working with a few externals, but everything should be as you see it. Moved by Councillor Ewan, seconded by Councillor Maxine. Public declarations of interest, not required. Okay, any declarations of interest? None. Public forum? None. Chair's report? Thank you. Sorry, what was that, Councillor Ewan?
Riveting.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Very good read. Riveting.
Riveting.
Should note that in the minutes.
Just yeah, staff action, just to note that comment. Thanks, I'll take it as read. Are there any questions on that? Mayor Paula.
Really good that the Municipal Endowment Fund work is underway. When do we see some meat on those, the bones of that? Does it fit before the LTP? So that we've got that up our sleeve to...
Jim's just saying June is when it'll be coming. We've got, Jim's will touch on it in the GM's report later in this agenda.
Okay, so June, so that doesn't satisfy me with the line up with the LTP deliberations, which is sooner. So how would we be informed to know if that's a tool that we can use or where we might start to think of using it?
So the policy for the Municipal Endowment Fund sets out how it can be used. What the working group is set to do in the next 6 weeks or so is get much clearer about what the parameters around that are, and that working group is the place where that conversation will be had, and I imagine the members will come into that with the LTP and our investment opportunities in mind. But it is going to take some time to put together the approach that that we want to bring back to council for how those funds are invested.
Just help me out here, and you might have some comment, because I think this is really great work and I know you've started. So you're suggesting that the LTP will be adopted, or in large part adopted, and then the endowment fund will be nuanced and finished, and then we will back apply the endowment fund to any of our business if that were relevant.
I'll answer that. Yeah, potentially, but not necessarily. So the Municipal Endowment Fund is separate. The funds are separate from the LTB funding stream.
Yeah. But there may be synergies, may there not?
Yeah, there might be, and that could potentially be retrospectively matched, but it's got to align with the principles of the endowment fund to provide a commercial return, or other elements to it.
Yeah, so you'd have to do due diligence at that point anyway. Just in terms of, I'm just trying to think when, because I know the work's really good work's going on, I really appreciate that. Just in terms of when the rest of council get to understand how it might be working. You're having a little touch on it, but we just have to have confidence that you're doing it.
So formally there'll be reports coming through from June that we weren't ready to formalise it for this Economic Development Committee meeting, because we're just in the process of getting externals on board and crystallising that process, but then it'll become a quarterly report to the Economic Development Committee. Okay. As a paper, essentially, eh?
So through you, Mr Chair, there might be a possibility for the leaders in that space to run a workshop for council to kind of keep them up with the thinking. Absolutely. And because June is still a long way away.
Yeah, so June won't be the first conversation that you have as a group about it. There will absolutely be a briefing through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ewan, did you have a comment you wanted to make on that? You don't have to.
I'm not actually trying to be difficult here, because I'm really excited about this stream of work. So I'm just trying to figure out where it fits in our overall strategic direction.
I think Jen and Chair Ryan answered it very well. The way I look at it is the LTP process has enabled by passing the financial assumptions has enabled the rehydration, if you like, of the endowment fund, but it stands outside of council day-to-day activity. That doesn't mean that a project that council may identify may be fired towards the endowment fund, but it would be treated like any other proposal through the analysis phase. And so currently the endowment working group has gone through the phase of bringing in an external to help us in not only framing but also potentially sourcing proposals for it to consider. And the parameters talk about the commercial return and meeting all the obligations that are already enshrined in the endowment fund.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If council identified, let's say, a pool project, and it decides that it feels that there is a commercial element, then it would come through the supply pipe, and it would be analysed. And if it stacked up in terms of something that met all of our criteria and met a commercial return, then it would be considered and then prioritised with other opportunities that are presented to the endowment fund.
Okay, cool.
Is that a better
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just want to keep alongside it. The only reason I'm thinking of this is, like I say, this is not to be difficult. It's that we're under this kind of really hard time financially, and we're trying to look at all the levers we've got to change the future, to reinvent things. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood where it was coming, and because I've got absolute confidence in the process that you're working through. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Any other questions on the Chair's report? Welcome to Porter on Zoom. Welcome, Councillor Dave. Okay, I'll move, seconded by Councillor Ewan. Is there any debate? Is there any against? Carried unanimously. Item 7. Sorry. Confirmation of
I'll move.
Minutes. Moved, Councillor Ewan.
Second.
Seconded, Councillor Maxine. Any against? Carried. Amy. We're on item 7, International Relations Update.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Just here to give an update on our progress for the international relations work, and also to recommend that this committee recommends to Council to approve some minor amendments to our international relations policy. I'll just give a bit of a brief overview of the content of the report and the work we've been doing, and then hand it over for questions. So beginning mid last year, staff, myself, Mike Bennett, James Clark, have been working with Ryan to investigate and reinvigorate our relationships with our 4 sister cities, those being Wuxi and Chengdu in China, Saitama in Japan, and Sacramento in the States. So the purpose of the work that we've been doing is to investigate kind of the strategic opportunities for those relationships within the 4 Wellbeings framework, and to kind of restart those relationships, interacting with the different councils, and also working with the wider community to engage, because we've already got quite a lot of stakeholder relationships with the universities, some businesses, community groups, schools. So we've done, as you can see through the report, we've done quite a bit around engaging with the sister cities directly, engaging with relevant diplomats for different countries at the kind of country to country level. We've set up a steering group which met in October, and we've had subsequent meetings in February with subgroups focused on different countries, and we've started to develop a bit of a framework for how we engage with those cities going forward. In terms of the next steps, we've got some really clear pathways for Saitama, Wuxi and Sacramento as to the types of things that we're looking to engage with them on. For Sacramento, it's really business to business. They're quite keen to get runs on the board. And for Saitama, there's existing relationships with Melville Intermediate. There's also opportunities to grow sports exchange. Similar for Wuxi, they're quite interested in school exchanges, and also they've got a conference that we'll be attending virtually later in the year. So yeah, going forward, the plan is to keep progressing those and enhancing those strategic relationships, working with the community. In terms of the actual international relations policy, the updates are really kind of minor to reflect the new vision for the city and also to reflect council's full wellbeing's priorities now. So the previous version didn't reflect that, but we think that the rest of it is fit for purpose. It quite clearly outlines the reasons why we would get into new strategic relationships and how we classify the ones we've got. So we thought that was fit for purpose. Great, I think that's all. So happy to take questions.
Mayor Paula.
Me again, sorry. Thank you for your good work on this. I think it is a really good opportunity. Just one question in terms of the policy, though, because I haven't seen the policy until it was in this agenda. Just one. I think you've done a good job of keeping it shorter and to the point, and therefore its flexibility is wider to go, different thing for this sister city from this sister city. It doesn't mention partnerships with other facilities such as the university, which I know one of the sister cities that you're working with, Ryan, has a close relationship with the University of Waikato, and you'd be probably working in with them. So I wondered if there should be, through you, Mr. Chair, a comment around creating opportunities for partnership with others through their sister city relationships, or something to that effect, if you understand what I'm saying. And I wonder, is that possible? And I've got one other question.
Cool. Thanks through you, Mr. Chair. I think, so if we look at the sister city-to-city strategic partnerships, so 16 through 19, the purpose of those relationships is a strategic partnership with the purpose of fostering economic development. So it's not specifically a business-to-business relationship, because I think potentially it's not the council's role to manage the business-to-business side, but we're able to engage at the city level to foster that business-to-business or that organisation-to-organisation level. So I think that piece maybe captures that, but we could add something to that potentially, Mayor Paula?
Yeah, it's less about the city-to-city strategic partnership, but within this city partnership to deal with. It's a nuance. I didn't see it, because I know that, Ryan, you've been working really hard with the University of Waikato to understand what they do, and with the Melville Intermediate School, for example. And that's going to get us further, isn't it? Okay, so you can have a little adjustment potentially.
Yeah, we can potentially adjust that. I think, yeah.
If people are happy with that. The other one is I had a visit from, and now I'm going to forget, what is the government department that deals with espionage and such? Thank you. Is it?
GCSP.
I had they came around talking last year. I gave you the information, Ryan. I just think New Zealand, there should be a clause around security and safety. Sean's nodding, because you know what I mean. They came around and said that not all relationships country to country are safe ones, and there's a whole set of parameters and guidelines that the government supplies for those relationships, and just to note those, even if you appendicize and suggest that we would be in line with government's approach to international security and such. Right?
Great. Yep.
In fact, I know that they are going to look at the sister cities of New Zealand Inc., and just to make sure that all local government is aware of those potentials. I don't like to be sort of all spy-like, but I'm not suggesting that, but I'm just saying it's a safety element in our policy.
Yes. No, I think that makes sense to definitely append those and reference them as a...
Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Would also be fairly helpful in that area, surely.
Yeah, in fact, definitely, I would say, yeah.
Just two questions. First of all, you talk about relationship categories, and you've identified tell us a bit more about the city-to-city strategic partnerships. Just how might that work?
So I think the intention behind that is to enable something that's not a formal sister city relationship, which has quite a lot of history and intent behind it, to enable more partnerships on a specific matter. For example, a good example would be Palmerston North being a food agri-tech kind of hub with the university. They've partnered with a city in the Netherlands that has a similar type of university, so they've agreed to share information specifically on those matters. So I think the purpose of that strategic partnerships would be to enable those strategic things on certain matters rather than a broader economic, cultural, social, environmental wellbeing.
So that would involve us in intense discussions with the University, Wānanga, Wintec, Science Park, you know, some key players.
Correct, and we're already speaking with those as part of the steering group.
Right. The other thing, obviously, the Sacramento, as you're well aware through your own research, was started with lots of good intentions, but it never flew. Unlike the other three cities, which have waxed and waned, obviously the two Chinese cities are, for various reasons, have been relatively strong. Sacramento is never. So I'm just intrigued in your report where you said that, you know, has been contact. Can you just expand on that? Right. Well, just do tell us.
So it was very last minute, probably 3 months into my term. I had raised the question that Ryan is now doing the work on is what's the state of our sister cities, what's the value in our sister cities, how do we drive that? And I had asked the same question actually. I said, well, Sacramento, have they been? Have they visited us? Who are they? What do they do? And the very next week, I kid you not, there was a group called the Friends of Sacramento, which is some kind of friendship arrangement with them. They didn't come with the mayor. They came very quickly and they wanted an hour or so of our time on behalf of the mayor, and they brought a gift, which is up in my room. So we quickly pulled together our afternoon tea. It was very well done. Staff did an afternoon tea at the stadium because one of their key interests is they've got a professional rugby team. So we thought that was a common point. And we told them a few factoids about Hamilton, the gardens where they were going next, and various things like that, and gave them a signed rugby ball of the Chiefs, and that was the end, to give back to the mayor. That was the end of it. And that surprised me because I hadn't heard of a contact. But then what I did was ask Ryan through his work we wrote to all the mayors and to suggest a better strategic relationship. So, yeah, so that was it. They were in and out in a day, and it was an unexpected visit. But that shows why we need to do this work better.
Yeah, I think
The report somewhere talked about a business-to-business rate. Is that really picked up in the mayor's meeting?
No, so we've also had a meeting with their economic development agency, just a staff level meeting, and also the City of Sacramento, so their council staff on the economic development sister cities, that area of their council. So that initial meeting was just to make contact through Mike Bennett, and also to kind of start to flesh out what could be the opportunity. So we talked a little bit about CBD revitalisation. They've gone through a big process of putting in a stadium, so that there's some synergies there with what we're doing with the Central City Transformation. But also then talking more widely, we know the universities have some relationships with some of the University of Davis in Sacramento. So we're just starting to build those threads.
Yeah. I think I'll say it today, but for visuality it would be really helpful if we, and maybe whether it's part of the CE's newsletter or not, I may not have read it, but I'll save it for debate. But that from both of you, that information, particularly with Sacramento, is extremely significant. Thank you.
I'll just add, Councillor Martin, this international relations or sister city work is now going to be flowing through this committee, so there'll be a lot more visibility to it than perhaps we've seen previously.
That's excellent. That's excellent.
Thanks. Mangai, Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Ryan. Just more like an observation on the NZIER report. That's the attachment and the value that's placed on the positive experiences of that cultural outputs. I've always seen that, that value out of a nice, a a nice cultural welcome to a city, both here and overseas. You know, it's a good way to start a relationship and always creates a bit of an impact. So just an observation on that.
Thanks, Ollie.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ryan. Look, I'll leave a lot of my comments to the debate, but the one question I do have, having quickly reviewed the policy, I don't see the I wonder if you've applied the appropriate level of emphasis in courting cities that are within a direct international flight from Hamilton
Yes.
distance. There's a lot of evidence that says sister cities that have direct international connectivity, whether through a port or whether through a direct flight, are the real key economic enablers. And since all of the east coast of Australia and since most of the Pacific Rim would enable direct international flights, can you tell me whether or not that will be a centre of your initiative, as opposed to wonderful but far-flung regional and international hubs, if you see what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Ewan. I think in the first instance, what we wanted to do, and it reflects what me, Paula, and Ryan have reflected, is to figure out what we've already got and to start to revitalise those or see where they fit and where the opportunity is to grow. But I definitely think going forward, moving towards those strategic partnerships on topics that make sense, whether that's tourism, particularly, you know, the Australia-New Zealand link, post-COVID is probably going to be very important. I think it makes sense to engage on matters where we have specific interests that make sense for both parties. So I would say that that's definitely a feature of the work going forward.
Okay, thanks. Is there a question on Zoom? Te Pora. You're on mute. There you go.
Morena koutou, just a question around the MOU. So we'll be renewing all of the MOUs?
We haven't, so the MOUs are ongoing, so we haven't intended to renew or update them. I think they're quite broad at this stage, so we're still working within that broader social, cultural, education exchange for those sister cities.
So I've not seen the MOU, and so I'm just wondering how our special iwi relationship is reflected in these.
That's something that we could bring back. The specific MOUs that were signed back in in some cases in the 80s, we can bring those back, and if they need to be updated, we can do that.
Nice, thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I would like to move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Wilson, thank you. It's the recommendation on page 14 of Diligent to receive the report and approves the revised international relations policy. And
Perfect.
cool, happy with that? Thank you. Oh, it's all right, it's been moved and seconded, but thank you. I'll just start just briefly. Thanks, Amy, for your report. With our earthquakes we had in New Zealand last week, we actually had an email from Mayor Shimizu from Japan, Saitama, which was awesome, and just I guess an example of the regeneration of those relationships and touch points, which we've sort of lost a little bit of. So that was a really good example of that that caring for each other in a broader context. I'd just also like to acknowledge Mayor Paula's support as the committee's been unearthing this work and doing it. We've deliberately not asked for more budget or more resource. We're working in-house with existing resources to tidy up and regenerate the work. I take Councillor Ewan's point on the direct international flight piece, and that's something we're very open to, particularly within that Pacific Rim element. I guess our first caveat in doing this work was let's have a good understanding of what we've got, what's working, what's not working. And this and we've formed some really good steering groups with business and community members, and trying to make it fit for purpose for each sister city with a for wellbeing lens. So some of our Chinese sister city relationships, they might have a slower burn on an economic front, but we've got really good existing cultural exchanges, and we've had good catch points with the CEO of Sport Waikato and some of our business connections through the chamber and their counterparts in other cities. So we're forming that and learning. And I think the great thing about this process will be when we look to engage with other potential sister cities or international relations, be it Australia or Pacifica or whatever, we will actually have a template or a format to know what works well and what doesn't. So we'll actually be in a much stronger position to launch something meaningful and not try and be all things to all people. So I guess that's something that's emerging. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ryan. First of all, can I thank you for all your hard work in this area. Often it's a little bit like a duck. It looks very calm on the surface, but underneath you're doing a lot of stuff. And like any good investment, as you've articulated, there's not an immediate quantifiable return. It builds over the years. So thank you for that. I note both China and Japan and the US, where we currently have sister cities. I've had the privilege of representing the city twice in Wuxi, China, and both times they were successful because they were in partnership with local businesses and cultural initiatives. I do note that frequently I've often felt when it comes to China, respectfully, they seem to be better at leveraging every possible nuance of advantage, and we're not quite as good as that. So, but I think approaching it with the for well-being lens is a brilliant concept. My final comment is I'm really excited at the thought that we would be targeting and discussing and developing relationships with East Coast Australian cities of our size or slightly larger, the likes of Newcastle, Rockhampton, as opposed to Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, who have aspirational goals probably bigger than Hamilton in terms of sister city, and the Pacific Rim. If you look at the Pacific Rim and the reliance on freight through Auckland, surely there is an opportunity to bring the right business people with a civic initiative to build those relationships. And my final point would be we must work with Tauranga to leverage the port opportunity. Although I'm all for the cultural initiatives, I think we're best served in trying to make sure that sister cities leverage an economic benefit. And so the logic there is Tauranga is a significant port. Tainui has shown that with their partnership. We need to be working with Tainui and Ports of Tauranga and working to ensure that our sister city leverages that business opportunity, as well as international flight aspirations that clearly I still hold with bated breath. There you go.
Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the good work that you've done in progressing this since I just asked the broad question, which is, what's happening with our sister cities and how do we get value from them. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing behind this, Chair Ryan. I think my view on sister cities remains the same, that they've got to provide for this city and some advantages, not over the top of our partners, our sister city partners, but alongside our partners. What can we learn? I think we have this relationship with IPA in Belgium purely around ANZAC relations. And that shows that when you get the match right, you really get good benefits. So we really honour and value that relationship with IPA. Some of the other sister city relationships that we've had, to me, seemed a bit dormant, or maybe, as Ewan has said, a little bit more to one side of interest and not the other. Wuchi have approached us, for example, to send 2 gardeners to refresh the Chinese garden at the Hamilton Gardens, which is what they funded and supported us with in the very first. It was one of the very first gardens. So it seems to me that some of it can be cultural well-being, not all economic well-being. Sacramento, I didn't know a thing about them until they turned up on my doorstep, and it was useful though because I discovered some synergies, and you've discovered more by talking directly. One thing, for example, is they've got a really progressive and aggressive target towards EVs and modal shift, which is interesting. Can't remember the exact target, something like 40% of the city fleet by 2025 or something really ambitious like that. Same size, same sort of geography, well, it's warmer, but they've got, you know, a pastoral, agricultural centre, university, etc. So they're similar, like you say. I actually support Ewan's comments about looking for partnerships that we can get to more readily as well. But you don't want 10 sister cities, you want a few that work really well for both parties. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Certainly congratulate Amy and her team for what has been an excellent report, and obviously there's a really good degree of good analysis, and obviously ironically, having, I think, been present at the signing of all of these relationships in various lives, I'm fascinated with the Sacramento contact, absolutely fascinated with that and the potential that has. Also, the EPA relationship, which of course I acknowledge the initial work of Councillor Ewan Wilson and the ongoing work of former Councillor Boss. That is a relationship which is obviously not defined as economical trade, except of course Belgium, as we know, is the home of the capital of the European Union in Brussels. But obviously that has a deep synergy in the tragic sacrifices that many of our countrymen made in World War I. I also pick up the point that the economic component is really important, but let's do a shout out for the wonderful Melville Intermediate School, which coincidentally is in the West Ward, in terms of the great interaction that the kids have. Because if you look at opening eyes, opening, vision, kids have homes across that area, and the opportunity that has even in a long-term relationship, because obviously as a small country, we live or die with our international trade relationships, and the visibility is also incredibly important. So we shouldn't underestimate those kind of educational visits and the amazing opportunities in the long term it might give to our young kids. So I certainly want to do a huge shout out there. Without further, and obviously, I think obviously MFAT, I assume, will play a role because, international relationships have a nuance in terms of New Zealand incorporated, and as a small country, we sometimes negotiate those relationships in certain cases with rival superpowers, even at a local level, with a degree of delicacy. I just want to also give a shout out, if I may, finally, for Ewan's point, that I don't think we should underestimate the important role of our economic, social relationship with Australia, particularly on the eastern seaboard, and the points he's making about, what are the kind of relationships we might have with some of those towns of similar size. Also, I just want to make a final point that's really, and I think you're doing this, Chair Ryan, of other key stakeholders, the critical role of university, educational institutions, science park, Chamber of Commerce, etc., and even our local MPs who, through different guises, do end up in these countries and certainly should be part of the team Hamilton. But thank you and the staff for this great report and great work.
Fantastic. Thanks, Martin, and thanks everyone for your comments. And just to acknowledge the work the staff's doing in this space too. It's really tremendous. All right, we'll go to the vote. I'll ask if anyone is against. None. Carried unanimously. Welcome, Stuart. We're on to item 8. Stuart Gordon's going to present on Waikato Innovation Growth. Looks like he's accompanied by Mr. Black Ops, Blair Bowcott.
I'm so Black Ops, I'm just merging into the background here. Just press it again, Stuart. Press it again. Yeah, that's it. You're on.
Right. Mr. Chairman, you have been circulated the statement of intent, and I think that if there's one few pages you really should read is the achievements to date on page 3 and 4, which outline what we have done over the past 9 years. If we can just move on the first slide. Firstly, to the numbers, and just saying, this is the amount of days we presently operate under, and it's been really consistent. But beneath that, I think you should understand this has been quite hard work this year under COVID. Like most commerce, things have changed, distribution chains, etc., getting product away or even selling product. A major amount of goat milk, infant formulas are sold by visitors coming into this country or overseas students coming into this country, and that's all changed. And to keep those days up, I'm quite proud that we've been able to achieve that sort of level. Next slide. Just to emphasise, we wash our face, and you note the yellow or orange line around cash flows. We have been operating consistently with surplus cash coming through our operations. So the point being, we wash our face. There's an economic development that's quite unusual. When I compare myself with the food bowl that sits at Manukau out of Auckland, that's subsidised by over $1 million per annum by the government. But we wash our face, so we're quite proud of that. We started off with an asset to debt ratio of only 20% of equity. So that cash, while being used for capital, working capital, and also capital for new projects, etc., it's really been paying off debt as we get ourselves into a situation. We're now at about 55% equity to debt, but even that for our sort of business is borderline. Next slide. So now, Mr. Chairman, I just want to take you to the big picture, and you'll see the sort of numbers we've done as exports out of this factory. So a total of about $9 million has been put in of government and money has been put into Food Waikato at the beginning. But consistently we've got exports around the $40 to $50 million line coming out of the factory. So a big return to New Zealand Inc. Next slide. And the interesting thing is how diverse our flow now is. You'll see the increase in sheep milk coming up, and infant formulas and infant formula ingredients. So we do a diverse range of products as new customers come in, etc. It's not an easy model in respect if our customers are successful, we throw them out because we want to grow those customers to build their own stainless steel and so we can take on new customers. But been successful to date. Next slide. And probably the biggest contribution is the amount of investment that's gone on in the Waikato, the greater Waikato area. Over 270, in fact, I think it's over 300 million now of investment in farms, genetics, etc. The increased rate in the sheep milk industry based around the Waikato next year, they're projecting a 70% increase, and the year after something like 100% increase in volume. So that all makes to employment and investment. And the last slide, just to emphasise how unique this is. So you'll see that next year we're projecting about 1,000 tonnes of sheep milk to be produced. This is a unique industry that New Zealand's taken a lead in compared to around the world. There's plenty of sheep being milked around the world, but it's peasant farming into cheese or local market. We've actually added value to this product, turning into infant formulas, etc. And when you go to the supermarket in China and you see a sheep milk can selling for around $70, a 800 gram can, goat milk selling for about $50, and bovine sells for about $40. That's the added value you get from getting into these niche products. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I present the big picture around the statement of intent.
Through the Chair, if I can just add a couple of additional comments to those of the CEO. As Stuart has said, the role of the business New Zealand Food Innovation Waikato has all been about growing and commercialising these unique sort of agri-tech and agri-commerce businesses that are based in the Waikato, particularly around sheep and dairy, but also some other products. You'll recall that last year we have passed a resolution to undertake a strategic review of our shareholding, and that process will occur this year with the board and with this council as well, where we just look at the future of the business and our strategic holding and the business in terms of what's needed into the future and where Hamilton City Council's options and future may lie. The other thing I'll just draw your attention to in the report is the board has a requirement to rotate directors, and there's a director vacancy due to be rotated this year. So the process is outlined in the report. That process is consistent with the new policy for appointment and remuneration directors in the agenda today. And you'll note that the board will undertake a competency, skills, diversity review, identify the gap, and then go through a process of identifying and shortlisting and interviewing prospective candidates and make a recommendation back to this committee for this committee to either approve or not the recommended director to replace the rotation. So that's just for your noting, and I'll open it up for any questions.
Thanks, Blair. Stuart, in terms of the statement of intent, is there any variation or much variation from last year's?
No, it appears from the surface a very similar year. It slightly increased, we think, extra days. This year, and in the context of trying to draw up the statement of intent, it's been quite difficult because of COVID. But it's a very similar level of output for next year. We just have a rotation of customers within that portfolio of customers.
Fantastic, thank you. Are there any other questions? Moved, Councillor Ewan, seconded Mangai Ollie. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We will go to debate. Does the mover wish to start with anything? Is there any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're on to item 9. Welcome, Calvin French. And we're on page 77 of Diligent.
Thank you, Chair, and kia ora. My thanks to the committee for the opportunity to talk to you about our company, Waikato LAS. Can I firstly start by just extending apologies from Peter Stubbs, the independent board chair. He certainly wanted to be here, but had a family commitment that was unavoidable clash. So you've been provided with 3 documents. Firstly, the 2020 annual report from last year, the half-yearly report to 31 December last year, and the draft 2021 statement of intent. Collectively, these documents provide a good picture of where we've been since the start of our transformational journey and where we are going. The company's made substantial progress in 2020, and we aim to continue to do that into 2021 and beyond. While a small team, I think we've achieved a significant amount. We set up the foundations for success, a new performance framework, a robust process for developing opportunities through to business case, continual development of how we engage with council chief executives and other staff, and we have continued to develop how we resource projects, which has included secondment arrangements with council staff, including one from Hamilton City Council. The structural and foundational changes made have allowed us to successfully deliver business cases. We've expanded RATA into Water's asset management services. We're continuing the evolution towards a regional GIS service with Waikato OneView, and we've entered into a procurement arrangement to capture a regional LiDAR data set. In the last 12 months, 2 of those projects have led to new service offerings, Lass Water Services and Waikato Regional Infrastructure Procurement. We've currently got 5 opportunities at different stages of development, and we continue to deliver good operational outcomes that provide savings to councils. The collective approach to insurance arrangements and shared valuation data services are 2 examples of these. For all of that, we've undoubtedly faced some challenges, and I would categorise those into 5 areas. First, it's fair to say that resistance to change is hardwired into the middle management of many of the shareholder councils. And that's not unique to councils. The same can be said of just about any organisation. The pace of change at which council chief executives wish to move also differs. And this was most recently evident with the indicative business case for how building consent services are delivered. Secondly, the prioritisation councils place on LAS is at best ambiguous and at worst counterproductive to what we're trying to achieve. Staff will do what they are measured on and where they are told to focus their time. Business as usual is a killer of projects, and as a project-focused organisation, that poses some difficulties for YLAS. Staff need to be informed that YLAS projects are important to their council and should be supported. Flowing directly from this is resourcing. We remain heavily reliant on council staff to help progress initiatives, and the capacity of council staff to help on those is therefore critical. Fourthly, the potential for change within councils from LAS initiatives must be managed effectively. We can ensure that we can communicate effectively with councils, but we are reliant on key messages being clearly communicated from strong leaders within the councils themselves. And finally, most recently, councils are faced with an increasing amount of uncertainty with waters reforms and RMA reforms, and a central government that's got a mandate to do a whole lot more. Some chief executives are worried by what that means for the future of their council, understandably. The prospect of further transformation with opportunities LAS develops therefore becomes increasingly daunting for them. There is a central solution to meeting all of these challenges. Council chief executives must actively support the company to develop the best possible business case for each idea as fast as practicable, and they must impress that support on their staff. The faster we can develop good business cases, the faster those councils who want to can implement the idea. We're not doing anything different from what was asked of us when we went on the transformation journey, or what councils themselves want to achieve. We're just thinking about how we go about achieving those things differently because we have a multi-council focus. But that natural alignment between the shareholding councils and what LAS is trying to achieve needs to be clearly conveyed to council staff. Looking to the future, we will continue to identify and develop priority projects which challenge councils to think differently, save them costs and improve the way that they engage with their communities. My vision is that LAS is seen by the councils as an enabler for them to continuously improve service delivery. My aspiration is that when someone thinks of a Waikato council, their immediate thought is that's how a council should be. Why aren't they all like that? And that LAS has played a part in getting them to that point. For that reason, we will continue to advance a transformational agenda. That is where we believe the greatest value lies. Hamilton City Council is a critical partner to Waikato LAS. You strongly support the company through the provision of resources for opportunity development, and you get the need for transformation and for local government to carve its own destiny, which is something the company firmly believes is the right thing to do. We continue to believe that LAS provides an excellent vehicle for councils to work together and share the costs of developing ideas to meet the outcomes we're all looking for. Ngā mihi.
Thanks, Calvin. I'll just start with a couple of questions and I'll go to you, Mayor Paula. It might be page 6 of one of your documents, Calvin, page 85 for us. Just in terms of some coordinated infrastructure procurement stuff, I was wondering if you could expand on being smarter around scheduling infrastructure work, minimising where councils are competing for the same suppliers, just those comments that you've got around there.
Yep, so perhaps not so much for Hamilton City, but certainly some of the feedback we got from other councils is that there's invariably they encounter peaks and troughs with respect to when going to market for infrastructure, and so they bump up against suppliers not necessarily willing to tender because they're already committed elsewhere. So the whole idea about the scheduling smarter is actually having a cross-region vision or line of sight in terms of what's coming down the pipeline and how we could actually coordinate that across the councils so that we smooth out those peaks and troughs.
Is that working?
It's early days, it's fair to say. So we appointed someone into that role in November last year, and they have since then obviously getting their feet under the desk, but been working with the councils to look at what they've put in the LTPs for this round to get a line of sight. So we're not at a point where I can say whether that's working, but I'm certainly confident it will.
Thanks. Page 88 of our document, procurement at the top, you talk about you've expanded involving 3 times the suppliers and 8 councils, previously 4.
Yep.
Is the group plugged into the desire and aspiration to uplift Māori and Pacific in those procurement models?
Certainly not specifically with reference to that professional services panel, but the procurement managers, which is one of the working parties that LAS works through, is certainly looking at that social needs and social agenda and social procurement. So it's definitely something that they're elevating.
Final question, I just wonder, as your directors, with Vaughan Payne previously with Regional Council no longer, is there a terms of reference that you'd look to replace him given he's shifted on from local council or local government? Or
So as with Hamilton City, Regional Council has, under the Constitution, a right to appoint a board member, and so they chose to appoint Chris McLeay, the new Chief Executive of Regional Council, to that role. So that role's been filled. There is a rotational basis. Gavin Iron is due to come off, and that would be a decision for Waipa and Waikato as to who was appointed to that role. So that's the core 6. The Constitution does allow the board to go up to 8 members, so there can be 2 other appointments made by special resolution of the shareholding councils.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Just interested in your comments around, I can't remember the exact words you put, but there seems to have been an initial take-up and drive to, the easy projects to deliver benefits of and LAS has definitely done that. And then as we start to talk about bigger picture of collaboration and more sizable opportunities with more sizable savings, there is a councils have sunk back into doing their own little thing. And so my question to you is, and you mentioned waters, and we're all hotly interested in waters at the moment, and after next week or 26th or whenever it is, we'll be even more focused on water, I would imagine. So what are the, is it the staff or is it the political wing through the mayoral forum that is the barrier to progressing bigger opportunities within this model? Because this model has proven to be successful time and again across projects. How do we start collaborating cross-boundary more? What's your take on that?
Thank you, Councillor.
It's not an easy question. That's all right.
No, she is the mayor. I do thank
it's fine.
thank you, Martin, for pointing that out. So yeah, look, it's not an easy question. It's fair to say, and in fact we talked about this at the board meeting last time. There's quite a difference of opinion around the chief executive members as to what extent they want to get the political arms involved, and I sort of understand that, right? Inherently, we are. In large part operational. I mean, I value the opportunity to come along and value the interest that this this council takes in the work that we do. But it's fair to say that some other councils see it as quite operational and want to keep the politics as far away from it as possible.
Well, the implementation, sorry to butt in, is operational. I think we all agree with that. But the political, the establishment of LAS in the first place and the political driver over which areas might be focus is important, yeah?
Yeah, look, I mean, it needs to start with the chief executives. I mean, we don't have a direct line of sight into all of the council laws at all of the councils. We certainly do at the larger ones. And so we're heavily reliant, and it's entirely appropriate that we take a lead from the chief executives as to how they want us to engage and to what extent they want us to engage with their councillors. I take your point. There is no doubt that there is quite a diverse range of views. I mean, we talk about seeing the whites of their eyes, and I think we're starting to see that, for example, with the building consent shared services project.
But that was one of the ones that you were saying that's stalling a little.
Yeah. So look,
I'm not sure what word you used, but you indicated it was.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is we put up an indicative business case just before Christmas, and the board didn't feel they had a mandate from the shareholding councils to take that forward to detailed business case. We have 2 forums to discuss a number of our strategic projects with the chief executives in April. And one of those topics for discussion is that building consent shared services. We will continue to press these guys, but we don't want to be bogged down by it. So, we need to find a way to take things forward with those councils that are determined to progress. The important thing, as long as we've got critical mass, we'll take it forward. And it's just ensuring we've got that. But we want to take as many along on the journey as possible, as long as we don't get slowed down unduly because of it.
Because I noticed that in your report, the red light set across the shareholder survey, so that's that connect again to the wider group, and the review of benefits. Shareholders are informed of the benefits being provided by councils.
What page is that, Mayor Paula?
It's the 18 or it's 97 on Diligent for us. I'm just looking at those 2 red bullet points on that page. So you're going to play catch up with that. You're going to go out to the stakeholders.
Yep. So absolutely. So as we noted there, the only reason we didn't do the shareholder survey was we were changing fundamentally the way we were measuring our performance, and we didn't think there was a huge amount of value. So I catch up with each of the chief executives on a regular basis, and leads in corporate services. And so we're engaging with them in that way on a frequent basis. But yes, we're definitely going out and undertaking a survey.
Is that a survey of the staff, or is that staff as stakeholders or councils through their mayors or through some other conduit?
It's through the staff.
It's for the staff.
So we're targeting the staff that have the direct engagement with
So would
LAS
there-
at different levels, yes.
Okay, so would there be any benefit in your opinion? I know you don't want to slow things down. There's this unuseful thing that floats around about politicians always being the slow down point, but clearly they're not always. So just in terms of how you sell that whole vision, because I remember when it was started too, and the vision and the savings were constantly brought before elected members so that you bought into what it was about and it didn't just disappear into some operational vacuum that you never saw again. So I'm just wondering, are there any plans to reach out to, for this council, for example, has got quite a few new elected members who may not be familiar with the detail and the benefits. Is there any plan to do anything there?
So we did a presentation, you might recall, Peter, there was a new councillor induction after the most recent elections a couple of years ago. There is nothing further planned at this point, but Peter and I have made it quite clear to all of the chief executives that we are more than welcome, more than happy to come along and talk to the councils at any time.
Okay, so I'll speak to that in the debate, but I think there's an opportunity there. I'm sitting next to one of our lovely new councillors who can't recall the information being brought to her, so I think there's an opportunity there.
Yep.
And thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ryan. Thanks for your presentation today. Look, my question stems, I guess, from page 142. Message from the Chair, highlighted, it says, at its heart, WLAS exists to identify and develop business cases for ideas that have the potential to transform its shareholders' councils. Interpreting some of your the information you've presented today and reading the report, including on page 143.1, is there a reluctance for some of the shareholding councils to embrace transformational ideas because they're protecting their patch and they see any initiative driven by you as a threat to the current existence?
The short answer is yes, councillor. Look, we've always made it clear that as far as we're concerned, amalgamation's off the table, right? So we never use that word, even though I just have. So, look, I think that certainly they're threatened, and it's exacerbated by the fact that they're confronted by these other reforms that are going on, right? And they really, some are quite, in my mind, quite unsettled by what it all means for their future councils, right? So it's not so much that we might do away with them, it's the fact that they are significant employers sometimes in their local communities, and they want to preserve that, right? So the notion of Waikato LAS, for example, coming up with some sort of opportunity that might see things centralised scares them.
So just on that point, would it be fair to say that the ratepayers in those jurisdictions are potentially foregoing savings and efficiencies as a result of their leaders being more concerned about losing their current silos of protection?
I I would feel uncomfortable taking that step further. I really couldn't say that.
So in all of the time that you've been in existence, have you not achieved any efficiencies or financial gains for any of the member councils and as such with their ratepayers?
No, we certainly have, absolutely.
So through your activities, ultimately individual ratepayers have benefited
Absolutely,
through cost reductions and efficiencies.
absolutely.
So why would councils not be prepared to want to embrace every and any opportunity that you would present?
I think it comes back to this notion of looking out for their communities first and foremost, right? So provided, for want of a better word, it's not routed, or we don't do anything that significantly undermines that council and their communities, then I think that they would be up for it.
As long as they keep their jobs?
Essentially, yes. And I don't think that that is jobs within their own council. So it may be, as long as it's more about keeping the jobs within their local communities as opposed to within the council per se.
So in light of that, how are you going to be a change agent? How are you going to be a disruptor in that area if you know those that would benefit the most long-term are more concerned about short-term employment and what they would see, I guess, as an economic enabler by having people working in their communities. But so how are you going to address, I don't see how you've articulated, how you're going to address that barrier that we agree is there.
So I guess there's a couple of things there, Councillor. The first is that one of our upcoming projects is strategic shifting landscapes, I should say, and that is directly aligned to addressing the question of who delivers what services. I'm a firm believer that for a number of services, communities probably, with the greatest respect, couldn't care less who actually provides the services, as long as it's done as cheaply as possible and to the required standard, right? But whether that is the council itself or a CCO or whatever is probably neither here nor there. So looking at who's best placed to deliver those services, and I referred to the workshop earlier, and that's one of the things that we're talking to the CEs about. So Gary Dyatt, the Chief Executive at Waipa, is sponsoring that project. The second element to that, though, is actually working with the Chief Executives to get them to think about life after waters reforms and the RMA reforms, and actually focus on where their council should be devoting time and energy in that new world, so that they can not be overcome by the disruption that might be caused by LAS doing other stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Gallagher.
You probably will rule this question out of order.
Out of order.
But I'll test it. Have you seen the movie Groundhog Day?
Yes, I have. It's a great movie.
Is it relevant at all to your experience in your current role?
I haven't been in the role long enough to know. Was that a kick for touch?
That's fine. Thank you. I'll save it for debate. But thank you very much for a very incisive and quite refreshingly frank report.
Thanks, Calvin. I think that concludes all of our questions. So, yeah, thank you, Calvin. We'll move into debate. The staff recommendation as it sits is on page 77, to receive the report and the statement of intent. Mayor Paul is happy to move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Gallagher, sorry, just beat you, Ewan. Any debate?
Thank you, thank you. I find that this is very timely. It's a timely reminder to council to have a look at all the ways that we can operate in the most cost-efficient and effective way. And we've proven time and again in this council with our Future-Proof H2A and other collaborations that we do in fact deliver better outcomes when we work alongside others. Well, that change is coming to us whether we like it or not around waters. We have to demonstrate that we've given proper consideration of scale of efficiency and effectiveness of our business. And so I think we have untapped into opportunities with LAS. I've always quite enjoyed the concept because it enables local government to retain ownership and responsibility for the partnerships that are created. The only one part I am concerned about is I think possibly the distance between elected members and LAS and what they're achieving has become too great again in order to focus on the operational aspects. So I just mention that because I think there is a really good opportunity to bring before elected members a greater understanding of what, I mean, the name stands for Local Authority Shared Service, and I think it brings a better opportunity. This is absolutely the right committee, Chair Ryan, Deputy Chair Ewan, for you to explore this further, how we maximise the benefits and how I can support in a leadership role to open the thinking of other councils for greater partnership. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
I'll just make a point. I just think the report we've just received has been refreshingly to the point and refreshingly open. And while I certainly can have empathy if you're a mayor or a chief executive of a particular local authority that is experiencing low growth, potentially slow population growth, you want to keep the jobs and the families in your patch. I totally can understand that. But it just underlies to me that if central government leaves great radical reform and change to local government, they're going to be waiting a long time because, as you know, central government and parliament is far more representative of the complexion of our society than a number of the councils. And I'm not being rude to some of those smaller local councils. And it's really clear that the water issue will be the wedge. The water will be the wedge to drive serious radical reform. And if I had one message to the Minister of Local Government, the Honourable Nana Mahuta, which I'm sure she would be totally familiar with, is don't wait around for local government, because like the movie Groundhog Day, you'll be waiting for quite some time. And frankly, so I'll leave it at that. I think this, as the Mayor said, is the ideal committee that we continue to track this. If you had the total white canvas again, the fresh canvas, would you design local government in the Greater Waikato as it's currently designed? Probably not. But as we all know, I think the waters issue will be a significant wedge that starts to very much drive significant regional integration and cooperation. But there are so many others. And again, if you listen to that report, and someone wants to do business in the Waikato, are we yet truly, truly open for business? And, you know, the notion that you go from one artificial line, you know, into a new sort of TA, and suddenly you have a whole new set of consenting, a whole new set of rules, etc. still. And that's a generalisation, is beyond belief. And as much as we might be critical of Super City Auckland, I'm not. I think they've got an excellent mayor. And they've got great stuff happening. They've got issues, challenges. But, you know, you go to Auckland, open for business. You don't say, oh, no, there's a different rule in Takapuna or Otahuhu or Orewa. Hello. And frankly, I do wish our mayor all good luck in her advocacy at a regional level. I'll leave it at that. A very good report. Somewhat depressing, but a very good report.
I think your debate was refreshing, Martin. Thank you. Councillor Young.
It lacked brevity, but otherwise it was refreshing. Thanks, Chair Ryan. Look, two very quick comments. I think LAS is a great example, as is CCOs, who have distance or for whatever reason are no longer engaging directly with elected members, that rightly so they've chosen to either through the chief executives or through the mayors have liaisons and discussions. But as individual elected members, we become less and less connected with their activities, and so we have less input and less optics as to opportunities to get behind initiatives. And I think that's a great lesson to all chief executives in those environments, that you do that at your peril. And so I encourage them to stay more connected to the broader elected group than just limiting the areas of focus. I accept it's easier to limit your focus, but you do it, I think, mistakenly. Second thing I would say is a comment to the leadership in smaller councils. Real leaders would see an opportunity to embrace efficiencies and economic gain, and they would grab at it. They may be so bold that they would position their smaller council as the regional centre of excellence in a particular initiative, which would generate more jobs and more economic opportunity for them as a centre of shared services. Paradoxically, they all seem to think, oh, well, we're not good at that, so any initiative would mean that we will lose jobs. I would think real leadership is seeing the opportunity to do the reverse. Final comment is the government is somewhat waking up to the fact that there are a number of quiet, keep your head below the radar councils, and I think government will do to them what we think as ratepayers should have happened a long time ago. They will be amalgamated and will glean some efficiencies. My advice to them would be to stand up, take some leadership, and play an instrumental part in leading that change, because if you don't, it will happen to you anyway.
Some excellent comments, and there'll be the opportunity to discuss this further, colleagues, this afternoon on the agenda. Mayor Paula, did you want a right of reply?
No.
Fantastic. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Is there any against?
Sorry, this is fascinating. I might want to abstain. Could you do any for? I love raising my hand to be for something, not against something.
Okay, but I'm just asking if there's any against.
No, now ask for who's for.
Thank you. Are there any against? No? Good. Is there any for? Everyone, thanks for that exercise, Martin. I'll entertain you once for the day. The motion is carried unanimously. All right. We are on to item 10. We've got Jason Dawson, and Jason is the only thing standing between you and morning tea.
Oh, no pressure.
But we look forward to your, as always, excellent report.
Great, thank you. I do have a presentation, but I will keep it short and sharp, and also to allow plenty of time for questions. So thank you this morning. I will just take our 6 monthly report as read. This is the activities report for Hamilton and Waikato Tourism from the 1st of July through to the 31st of December last year. I will just let the committee secretary pull up the presentation. Great. So next slide, please, and the next one. So just quickly, how are things going for the region? Of course, we have taken a hit as tourism. No surprise there. For us here in the Waikato, we are now tracking at 747 million in electronic card transactions into the region. Domestic, of course, is still our hero at 685 million into the region and 62 million, for international. So we still have international visa holders and students still in our country as well that are still travelling. We've managed to hold as 4th largest domestic visitor destination despite COVID, behind Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch and Queenstown, and we're also the 5th largest for visitor expenditure. Can we go to the next slide, please? Just quickly around our 5 KPIs that we have identified for this year with councils. Again, we were looking at holding or basically returning back to some sort of growth. So it's a 0% increase. So again, for visitor nights, we've managed to attract 4.1 million guest nights back into the region post-COVID. Visitor expenditure, as we have discussed, is down overall for the country, but for our region, we are down 7%. We managed to increase our market share in conventions and business events. It's to 17% market share. This was during Q3 when Auckland went back into its second lockdown. So we were managing to rehouse and rehost a number of events and conferences out of Auckland back into the Waikato. So that is why there was a bit of a peak there. Industry investment, we have a resized target instead of $500,000 due to most of our industry now downsizing. We have a $100,000 target to meet. We're at $75,000 as at end of December, and we have managed to attract media and travel trade back into the region, mainly through webinars and of course for domestic travel for mills. Thanks. For Hamilton particularly, look, you're only down 4%. I say only, our regional impact is a tale of two cities. Hamilton is booming at the moment. You'll probably hear more from Hamilton Central later, but look, we are having some of the best trading days with regards to hospitality accommodation across the city. We've had events return back into the city as well. So your total annual expenditure from tourism is $424 million, compared to other parts of our region that are really hurting. So Matamata-Piako obviously is down nearly 24%, and Waitomo nearly 40%. Again, these are international facing attractions that are obviously not being able to benefit from the border closures. Next slide, please. And next one. So look, just lastly, just do a quick overview of some of the stuff that we've been going on to market the city particularly. My lovely assistant Sean has obviously handed out our summer events guide, which went into all the daily papers around New Zealand, plus the new Hamilton Neat Places guide and the Hamilton guide, which I'll talk about shortly. So we're still doing print advertising. We did a Christmas gift guide to sell experiences into the Waikato, which went very well. And then we also had the It's Magic campaign, which again was using our brand tagline, promoting locals experiencing their own backyard during summer holidays. So there's a little snapshot of one of the interviews that we did do for the It's Magic campaign. Next. Click it again, sorry.
It was like we were travelling to each corner of the world. So nice. Everything is just like so natural. Last week, me and my friend went to the Surrealist Garden. It was unreal, the moving elements to it. It was just magic.
So that was that was a user-generated campaign where obviously we're getting locals to tell us about their experiences across the Hamilton's attractions rather than us obviously packaging and slick marketing. We've launched a Hot Deals website, so again that's run right throughout the year now. That's to get more locals out and about into our tourism attractions or our events with 2-for-1 deals or 50% off. So again, they don't always have to be discounts. There's also added value products that have been now added to the Deals website. We've partnered with Get Out More New Zealand's, that's working with Rotorua, Taupo, Bay of Plenty and Tairāwhiti Gisborne, and getting more New Zealanders into the Central North Island for short drives. So we are a big drive destination for short breaks. And then lastly, we're also partnering with Tourism New Zealand right now on what we call major metro campaigns. So Tourism New Zealand has always obviously marketed our country with natural wonders, lakes, rivers and fields. We are now targeting urban experiences because the New Zealand traveller obviously wants to ensure they access good hospitality, good retail and obviously good urban settings as well. So this is just a little snapshot from the Never Have I Ever campaign using one of our local guides, Dove Chen. Hopefully that plays.
Hey, my name is Dove Chen from Grey Roasting Co. in Hamilton. Here are my favourite things to do in Hamilton. Some of the best coffee and food Hamilton has to offer at Rocket Coffee Roastery, Liquor Cafe, and the Kirk Cafe. After that, you can walk around the beautiful Hamilton Lake. For great shopping, you have to check out Casabella Lake, then pop into one of my favorite restaurants and taste the amazing Vietnamese flavors at the Barney Cafe. From there, you can hang out in the riverbank on the edge of the Waikato River. If you love tea, make a short drive out of town to Zeeland Tea Estate. No matter your age, there's always something new to see and learn at Hamilton Zoo. There's so much to do in Hamilton. What's your never have I ever? Find out at neverhaveiever.co.nz.
So our target markets for Never Have I Ever has been other urban centres. We've been targeting Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, Dunedin. And again, our conversion rates are going really well, and engagement with regards to pre-booking for flights and for accommodation for holidays within the city. We're doing a joint campaign shortly with Auckland. Again, the changing alert levels is kept as putting it on hold. It will be launching hopefully at the end of this month. So again, quite hard to see on the screen, but what we're doing is we're comparing like for like with a Love Thy Neighbour campaign. So you love exploring and experiencing wine on Waiheke, then actually you need to come down and experience some of the wine and food that we have on offer here in the Waikato. And then lastly, we are doing a lot of television commercials now. This is a partnership with Tourism New Zealand under the Do Something New New Zealand, and this is just a snapshot of one of the 30-second vids.
Have you ever been here before? Here I come.
Thanks. And then lastly, look, we're doing a lot of what we call media partnerships. So we had Cuisine magazine in the region for a week last year, the editor Kelly Brett, to start to reposition and position Hamilton and Waikato's food story. Again, we know we produce some of the best dairy products and the best berries in the country. It's now the rest of the world to find out a little bit about what we do. We've partnered with NZME and Stuff, mainly with Stuff Travel. We did a supplement. As you can see, the heading there says Hamilton Hip. Again, repositioning Hamilton City as an emerging cosmopolitan city. We do not have an issue with millennials. Millennials love coming to the Waikato. It is mainly to do with the 55-plus market, who may have not visited our city in a very long time and have some very set views. The boomers, that's right. So we want to bring them back to experience our city again, to see that we have changed very much, especially in the last 10 years. And then lastly, a new demographic for us, House and Garden. We partnered with them to do a travel section around the Waikato over the summer, around drive into Hamilton particularly. So look, that's just a quick overview of some of the stuff, and I'm happy to take some questions.
We'll start with someone who's for, Councillor Gallagher.
Very positive. Congratulations, a very good presentation, and I take your point about constantly hammering at that sort of incorrect, perception of Kirikiri or Hamilton. The question is, in terms of the current environment, two questions. One, totally respect for correct reasons. We have three of our, 3 hotels out of our, because of the COVID, and that's as it should be, to play our part. But in terms of the motel accommodation, obviously we've got the other narrative with regard to, housing through MSD, emergency housing. And I've noted in terms of, the field days, and the emergency is not going to change anytime soon. So this is not a, those beds need to be used. Do we have any idea of the proportion now of beds that we actually have for normal overnight stays, that kind of thing, in view of the beds that roughly have been, taken off this particular, out of this area?
So according to MSD, as of last Friday, we have 1,200 people in emergency housing across the region. As you know, 90% of those people are actually located in Hamilton motels. So look, for me, my buffer right now for motel accommodation is only around 150 beds, compared to the normal, 1,200 that we would have as a city. Our hotels, you are rightly correct. We have Novotel, Ramada, and also Ambassador are our only hotels. Ibis, Jet Park, and Distinction. Right. So look, our two biggest properties, Distinction and Ibis, unfortunately, are managed isolation. That will be continuing at least probably till the end of this year. So we are going to have, look, we do currently have an accommodation shortage, even more than ever. You've heard me a lot talk about the commercial accommodation challenge we have as a city, but given we have managed isolation and also emergency housing, we are really constrained. But look, we are being innovative, as we always have as a region. Obviously, H3 and Claudelands are hosting the Campervan Village for field days. Pre-sales for exhibitors are going really well for that. But again, for us to potentially restart the economy, bring back larger events and conferences into our region, and also for travel and leisure, we are constrained quite heavily. So there's no quick win really there unless
No.
someone can build me a hotel within the next 2 years. That would be wonderful.
Totally respect that. In terms of the other kind of, what I call the day trip market, and obviously the expressway from Auckland, just, like you've got let's just jump in the car and it's an hour and a half and we're at the gardens or we're, do you have data, what about the people who come and visit with a day and spend and go back versus the sort of 1 night, 2 night stuff?
Yeah, so currently for events, we probably have a lot of day trip. If it's a day event, there are a lot of day trippers. But what we do see is for most of our events or our weekends, people are coming for overnight. So we are a 1 to 2 night destination.
Right.
They are probably staying now in different types of accommodation. Obviously, Airbnb is growing again within the city, but also in different parts of our region. So they're staying more likely now in our smaller towns, Morrinsville, Te Awamutu, Te Aroha, and actually coming into Hamilton or basing themselves somewhere permanently like Raglan for their holidays. So again, we're just seeing a changing visitor profile, or more people. Again, it's only an hour 15 to get into South Auckland now on the Waikato Expressway. Look, train will be interesting. I'm sure Councillor Wilson has definite thoughts on this. Look, our goal long term for Te Huia, obviously it is a commuter service, but we would love to see it also grow and develop as a leisure connection into the city during the weekend. And you'll hear soon from Mr Morgan around flights as well and connectivity to the rest of our ports. So again, yes, accommodation is a squeeze, but there are also alternatives around getting in and connecting into the region potentially for 1 night or for a day trip.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Paula.
Questions, isn't it, in the moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Just in terms of the Airbnb, in particular in the hotel space, are we seeing more people using the opportunity to go into Airbnb? And I think you'll recall at the annual plan discussion, there was the start of a view from the other accommodation providers that there should be, Airbnb should be paying something to council, a rate for being in that and not being, where the commercial operators have to pay their full rates and everything else to set up in business and Airbnb doesn't. So I'm just wondering, has there been any thinking about that? I mean, we're relying on Airbnb at the moment for overflow, I know, but where are we at with that thinking?
So there's 2 parts to that. So look, obviously it was reviewed as part of the Local Government Commission's the Productivity Commission report into local government funding. It obviously wasn't as explicit around how we would look at different types of rating for what we call holiday homes within your region. However, I know it is being considered as part of the Tourism Futures Task Force, long-term visitor levies or some types of application of levies we could apply to non-commercial or to other types of visitors that return to the regions. So that report is due from Minister Nash in April. So we are hoping to get some guidance on where potentially there may be legislative changes or some future funding options available for local government around tourism.
Thank you. And I think this, I think it'll probably come up at the conference and AGM and various discussions shortly. In terms of this Neat Places, which is really cool. So I've seen 1, maybe 2 videos roll out. Somebody did a Never Have I Ever about Casabella Lane. I saw a little video. Is there a campaign to, around those videos to keep, where do they go?
So they go into the main metros, so most of you will not see them or be targeted. If you have visited Wellington, Auckland or Christchurch, potentially in the last 3 months, you may get what we call retargeted advertising, but it is mainly based on your cell phone where you are based normally that you'll be getting specific advertising. So a lot of the videos you see for Hamilton will be playing in our drive and fly markets, and you will hopefully be retargeted by the other cities. Using Never Have I Ever. So most of you will not see a lot of these video content. It is available on the website, but from a marketing perspective, it is very targeted into those cities.
Okay, because I thought it was, given that we have occasionally people from Auckland who've got different opinions, like Mark Richardson, for example, who seems to have a very dim view of Hamilton, although I'd love to invite him down. When we've got this wonderful other people speaking on our behalf and showing how enjoyable Hamilton is, it's gold.
Absolutely, and we saw that with regards to breakfast being hosted here with John Campbell and the team at Victoria on the River. Obviously we've won the New Zealand's Beautiful City Award, even though Whanganui might not agree with that. For us, look, I think we just need to be, like we always have been, just stand strong on what we do achieve as a city. And perception is changing, and again, as I've mentioned, New Zealanders and millennials have no issue with us as a city. They don't have the old hang-ups of old. It is mainly the 55 plus demographic that we are now targeting based on coming back to have a look. Cycling is a big part for that demographic as well, and experiencing some of the river trail that we have here, and changing their perceptions. But look, we are working hard on the food story. That's probably a big thing for Hamilton, and getting more of our content into Cuisine magazine, because a lot of people do actually travel based on the types of restaurants that we have here, and also the hospitality scene. So again, we're working really hard together to get our hospitality and our food and beverage offering stronger in the domestic market.
I'm sure you're going to submit to the long-term plan without doubt, and you and I get to spend some time together next week. But for everyone's benefit, if there was a couple of things that we as council should be focusing on, this is your moment to tell us what they should be.
Right. Look, I think council does an exceptional job anyway at the moment. I don't see there's anything you could really do yourself. I think at the moment it's really market forces that we would like to have in our city that would actually drive forward a hotel, and potentially two. That would be great. But again, looking at probably maybe connecting, and I think you work very hard on that, your main facilities. So Claudelands as the event centre and connecting to the city, as much as obviously FMG Stadium with regards to walk and cycling is obviously a key connection, because we do see a lot of people, once our MIQ facilities return to open market again, it is a better pedestrian connection between us and Claudelands, the city itself. So that would be the only enhancement really, but everything else seems to be on track.
Thanks, Jason. Just foreshadow, I'm happy to move if there is no other mover. Thank you.
Thank you. Maxine.
Yeah. Once again, thanks, Jason. Great report, and always a pleasure to be able to see the great work that you put into promoting Hamilton and the Waikato. We are within a very drivable distance to almost half of the New Zealand population, and you mentioned a little bit about that in the last part of your presentation. I'm interested in hearing about how we promote that further to those drivers, and a great deal of them come from Auckland and spent quite a bit of time actually in a queue trying to get back into their own city a week ago. Yeah.
Correct. So look, again, the events guide is something that Sean has passed around. So that is, look, events are a key hook for our city. Again, it's mainly drive, so Auckland is our main market, but we do have 2.65 million people live within a 3-hour drive radius of our region. So that's from Northlands down to Taupō and from Taranaki across to the Bay. So look, for us, it is all about drive, because it is the key way people can come here for short breaks. We did a lot of domestic research post-COVID, and people did want to get away for 1 to 2 nights. They do see Waikato as somewhere where they can connect, they can actually immerse themselves in nature and also have an urban experience. So again, those 3 marketing hooks are what we use very much within all our key drive markets. So what you saw on the screen was just a quick snapshot of the number of marketing that's going on. So we do work really hard, obviously individually, but we are partnering with people like AA Traveller, the New Zealand Motorhome and Caravan Association members. We market events to try and get them into the city as well. So it's probably a range of things that we target around drive. But we do also have drive itineraries on our website and on the Get Out More New Zealand campaign, where people can do 1 to 5 day drive holidays within our region.
Great, thanks.
Thanks. Doesn't appear to be any more questions. We've had it moved by Mayor Paula. Do we have a second among Ollie? I just wonder if we should add it's to receive the report with your permission, Mayor Paula, whether we should have you extend an invitation to Mark Richardson and or Jason and show him a good time. You're the mover. Would you like to speak in debate?
For that reference, but it just seems that every time I turn on, he's got a little quip to
Oh, no apology necessary. I think we should go there.
Hamilton. And I noticed that our Prime Minister kindly spoke up in our defence about Hamilton when his most recent commentary, which was really lovely. Look, Jason, thank you very much for the report. Your organisation does such a phenomenal job, and here we are in the middle of hard times, and yet we're still surviving in this time, so that says a lot. I think the campaigns are amazing. I just want to see them so much in people's faces. When I saw the little video of Casabella Lane, I loved the one with the children too, showing that joy can happen for not just grown-ups, but for children and families and things like that. So I really, really did like that. And I want to thank you because I know that you've had a role in our Beautiful City bid, though we were, well, it's not really a bid because we were nominated externally, but and in another project that we're looking at that potentially could show Hamilton in a good light. The only sad thing I want to say is every time I hear the words, we need another hotel, perhaps two, I just sigh. And I feel frustrated and disappointed. And I think here I am a year and a half into my term as mayor. I'd love to see that change before the next term, because we just seem to be talking about it, and I talk to all kinds of stakeholders and I ask them where they're at and where their timing is, and often get the, yes, that's great, but not just yet. When then? Because we do need it. So I'm really excited, Ewan, the work that you're doing around the endowment fund, is whether that's a possibility in that space. We've had a few really good conversations with external partners recently that may bear fruit, but I just think we've got to be aggressive and tenacious about this, because otherwise in another 3 years we'll be saying the same thing. You know we've got it going on here. We know we've got international cricket and rugby and Claudelands. We've got Crowded House coming. We've got the gardens. The zoo is going gangbusters. We've got the central city revitalising as we speak, and the museum's great and it attracts people from all around New Zealand for its art collections. So we've got the basis. And we've got the food. Food is fantastic. You know, you can eat everything as good as in Auckland here, different styles of food. How do we get this accommodation? I guess that's my one, and it's nothing to do with your organisation, but I share that frustration with you, and I really hope that we can somehow address it within this calendar year. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
It's hard to follow that clip. I think it's you know, says it all. I obviously want to praise the organisation and your partners, you know, the critical partners, for, I think, this excellent report and the work you've done, particularly in challenging times of we've had to reinvent what the visitor industry looks like, and very much, you know, the focus on the domestic visitor, but even what you had, I don't want to be sexist, but you talked about your lovely assistant, and I think I'm so, oh right, thank you. I've never perceived you in that context, but I certainly will in future, and with great respect to you, sir. But I think what this does for those of us who live here, and you know, people have opportunities, is it's a damn reminder. Forget, I don't listen to this Mr. Richardson fellow. I don't know what program he's on, you know, because you seem, you know. So don't spend too much energy on someone ill-informed comments. But I think this reflects back to us in Hamilton, the vitality of our community, you know, the vitality of an exciting enterprise, and anything we can do, obviously, as a council to obviously encourage that. And I'll be looking forward to clearly your contribution to our LTP exercise in terms of how we match up, you know, where we're going in terms of the huge challenges we face through the LTP in terms of, you know, developing that ongoing visitor industry. One hopes, for example, dare I say it, that, and I don't know too much about them, but these so-called baby boom people live in Auckland, and I strongly suspect there'll be some show at the Waikato Regional Theatre, for example, that they want to come down to, and I think the lights will then activate. You know, I think there's huge with the rail. Kiwi Rail, I know, is going to be so progressive and helpful in terms of developing that link and all of that stuff. But, you know, with the combination of the rail and the expressway links, that, you know, in essence, we come closer and closer to that significant market, you know, north of the Bombays, and I just want to commend you for all the work you and your team are doing already, and as I said, look forward to the LTP submission. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. I support the report. I want to express my sincere thanks to you, Jason, and to your team for all the wonderful work you have done and tried to do for the one-off charters for Te Huia. And may I express my sincere apology that Kiwi Rail, at the last moment, as has happened on multiple occasions, discovered yet another problem that tripped us up in all the wonderful work you've done. So I thank you for that. I do turn my mind to the Mayor's question, and I can't help but wonder if there is not a causal nexus or a direct relationship between one of our most powerful and largest property developer or property owner in this city, who is also a significant hotel owner, and their influence on other potential developers who may consider building a hotel, and whether or not the fear of never getting more development work has put them off in the pursuit of building hotels. And I wonder if that's not at the heart of our problem in this city. We know there's a demand, we know there's a need, we know that there's a couple of players who partake in that industry and have done well. They own lots of land, and if you're a developer, you would be cautious if you thought you will alienate them by pursuing a new project. I look forward to a day when a developer has more courage and takes on the Goliath.
Just a few thoughts. I hear what everyone's saying. I remain open-minded, but I remain sceptical as well around this hotel thing. And I think maybe it'll be a work of our endowment fund to do a business case to see analysis. We're hearing it anecdotally from our GM and from Mr. Dawson, but I'd need some assurance if we're going to really back this thing, and evidence-based. And that's one thing that our endowment criteria in terms of reference will flush out, so that we're not doing pet projects, but we're doing commercial feasibilities. Thanks, Jason, for your report today. Some fantastic work. Mayor Paula, do you write a reply?
I wasn't going to exercise the right reply. I assume, Chair, that you were talking about hotel, backing the hotel, not the whole report. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. It's as I've said before, it's something we have to think about very seriously, because it is a holdback. Lack of accommodation is a holdback. I'm not going to go further on that. In terms of the charters on that Ewan was talking about, the rail charters, that was a bitter pill to swallow, because I do think charters on that beautiful train from Auckland to Hamilton will improve the business case of the rail service, and will connect us to events markets, connect people to our events market in a different way than we've seen before. And I can only imagine that in the Tonga versus All Blacks game, or even the Māori versus the Pacifica team's game, that train would be chocker of people coming down for a fantastic day out in Hamilton. And yeah, and so we really need to get Kiwi Rail to understand the financial barrier that comes in place. And that's also through the Minister, Minister Wood, who will be down in our region shortly, in another week or so. And I've made it quite clear that charters are really an important part of that business case to us. So I hope, Ewan, that we do see in a very short period of time what you've been working on around the charters come into effect, because I think it's a good project. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Rob, I'm not sure when you joined the meeting. Are you voting on this item?
No, thanks, Chair. I won't be voting on this. I came in partway through. So,
okay, no problem.
So I'll be here for the remainder of the meeting, though.
Sure. All right, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Any against? Carried unanimously. We're just going to have a 15-minute break, and then we'll and we'll come back with Mark on item 11 with the airport. Thank you. It's your It's your Brantley Gilbert, Ewan. It's your Brantley Gilbert song. Was your Brantley Gilbert choice? All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There was just a clarification on governance for the benefit of my friend Amy. Could you clarify?
I can confirm that with the votes you are unable to abstain. You're unable to abstain is a section of our standing orders, in that no member can abstain unless they have a direct or indirect financial interest in relation to the item that precludes them from voting, or have declared a non-pecuniary interest in relation to the item itself. So that is not an option for this council.
I thank you for your wise advice. To save face, I was merely suggesting that I would step back and become a member of the public or leave the chamber, and it would record. That would be, the abstention would be recorded in that way. But anyway, I would never abstain unless I'm asked to make a Play-Doh duck or something. No, never.
All right.
Never.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item 11. Welcome, Mark Morgan, and your guest.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, Mayor Paula and councillors. I've got Scott Kendall joining me, who is our Group Finance Manager, so in case there are any tough finance questions, I've brought resources. I've left my lovely assistant over on his chair as well, so he's not joining me. So look, if we look at our, you have received our 6-month interim report, and in fact also, of course, our draft statement of intent. So I really just intend to give a very short presentation, which hopefully will come up on the screen shortly. That's, I think, the statement of intent, so the PowerPoint presentation. It did go through to Jenny, and she assured us it was sent through.
Was that for the statement of intent or half-year report?
No, it was neither. It was just a 5 or 6 slide PowerPoint presentation, an overview of both, really.
Okay. Do we need a bit of time, or got it? It's coming.
Perhaps, if it's okay with you, Chair, perhaps, here it is now. So I could deal with the first slide without you necessarily seeing it. If we just go back to the first slide, please. Thank you. So look, the reporting period, July to December, was much stronger than we anticipated, and principally both from the commercial aeronautical activity and also, of course, the hotel business. But I would also add there was some significant impact on what we call general aviation, so, and particularly as it relates to L3, and I'll talk about that a wee bit later on. Also supported by strong land sales in 2020. Obviously a very uncertain time, but of course, as we know, asset classes have generally been strong post-COVID, and commercial land was no different. So that left a result that was significantly ahead of budget and also ahead of forecast. It was slightly down on prior year, but actually if you strip out land sales from prior year, so FY19 6-month comparative, our actual operational performance in FY20, even with COVID, was stronger year on year. So I guess it reinforces some of the comments I've made to you previously and publicly, that our 10-year diversification, our 10-year property plan has made a massive difference to the performance of the group. So if we can go forward to the next slide. Look, that's a slide you've seen before in various guises. I guess the key point here is that the this is our profitability before tax, but I think it's interesting to note that the green is, of course, the blue is the aeronautical business, and the green is, if you like, our non-aeronautical activity. So we can see very much that the business continued. We've had the aeronautical business profitable since 2018. Can see generally an improvement in the profitability of the group through until even through COVID, and you can see the FY20 impact last year. But I think the key point to make here is that our FY21 results, so ending June of this year, will be our strongest result recorded at the airport in terms of both EBITDA and profitability. So, and our view of FY22, whilst somewhat impacted by the loss of general aviation revenues of about $500,000, we are seeing that offset by much stronger recovery in passenger numbers, and of course, certainly in these 2 years, the benefits of the hotel as a managed MIQ, managed isolation facility, which has driven a significant revenue and profitability into the group performance. So the full year, as I've mentioned there, full year EBITDA forecast for FY21 will be over $5 million, and the profitability will be over $3 million. And in fact, I think the way if we continue to trade as we're currently trading, those numbers will be exceeded. And that's approximately $1 million of profit up on prior year. Moving to the next slide, there has been some media release just in the last week, which I believe provided some confusion to the market. It was really bringing information, the historical reporting information of the 6 months to December, along with our views of what's happening in the current period and through 2021, and a confusion between general aviation activity and what I would call commercial airline activity, principally by Air New Zealand. So to clear that matter up, we are seeing a strong recovery in our commercial passenger numbers. And you'll see down the bottom there, we expect our passenger numbers for the full year of FY21, somewhere in the vicinity of 340,000. I think it will actually be stronger than that, maybe closer to 350 or 360, versus about 400,000 annualising just prior to COVID. So a pretty strong recovery. We are seeing almost neck and neck pre-COVID and current activity. So that's very encouraging. And I think the other key point is that Air New Zealand has added significant capacity to the Wellington and Christchurch routes. We are one of the, well, I don't think there's any other route in New Zealand that has had that additional capacity added to it from mid-February. So it just demonstrates a very strong performance and expectation from Air New Zealand around growth. The same for Origin Air. They have commenced their service now, their direct service over the weekend to Nelson. They have a double daily service Monday and Friday to Palmerston North. We still don't have double daily services every day of the week. We hope that that will happen over the next month or two. So I think Origin Air would classify their launch into the market as steady. It hasn't been amazing for them, but it's been steady, and on the backdrop of starting that service at a time that's not a particularly strong corporate market during that December-January period. If we then move to the next slide, please. I just really want to touch very briefly on, if you like, the social conscience of the group. So prior to COVID, we were very much starting to commit to our obligations, particularly as an airport company, around carbon emissions. And I think what this slide is starting to try and demonstrate to you is that we are now part of ACI, so that's the Airport Council International, which allows us now to formally be part of a carbon accreditation and measurement system. And we are working with a New Zealand company, Toitu, to record historical data in order to have base measurements for the future. So that work is ongoing as we speak. We've started some carbon reduction initiatives, much more sophisticated recycling of waste at the airport. We have also moved to ticketless entry into the car park, which saves several 100,000 tickets, printed tickets per annum. So they're just a couple of examples of the work going on in that space. And we're now starting to think about our role in the community. So sponsorship, we sponsored and provided the runway for a fun ride last year, and we have Rotary using the airport this month for a fun run of anything up to 600 runners. So, and the proceeds will be used by Rotary in the usual manner. And we also provide quite significant support to Air Ambulance and to the Aero Club in respect of compensation on landing fees, etc., in the pursuit of their businesses. And finally, we are joining with Mystery Creek around predator-free Mystery Creek. So we're looking at how we involve our organisation in that activity as well. Final slide, just really to sum up what I would like to say that, so our financial resilience, I know banging on about that, but it's been an unbelievable 12 months, but we've come through it very, very well. We have and will have this year our lowest debt levels in almost a decade. So not only have we got through COVID, we've got through COVID with much lower debt. I mentioned the commercial passengers strong. General aviation is weak. As you know, L3 have now retrenched from the New Zealand market. We are waiting on L3's New Zealand-based lawyers to work through the implications of their ground lease and the improvements that they own on the airport. And of course, we have the situation currently with Pacific Aerospace and the fact that they are now in full liquidation. The court appointed the interim liquidators as full liquidators yesterday. And the liquidators are now working through the sale of that business. And obviously, we take a very proactive involvement with the liquidators. A, we're a landlord, and secondly, we want to see, if we can, the continuation of a new company that rises out of that liquidation. Our capital expenditure remains on track. Right through COVID, we have committed to our standard capital expenditure, so we're spending anything up to $1.5 million a year on principally the aeronautical assets. That continues and will continue. We're very heavily now involved in our private plan change on the Northern Precinct. That's the 100-hectare farm that you will be aware of, and that is well advanced, and we hope to lodge that plan change around about September or October of this year, along with the continued development of Stage 5 on our central precinct, which is the land south of Pacific Aerospace, so between the terminal and Pacific Aerospace. We will have another tranche of land there for sale now, and that work will be finished late this year. And then, of course, principally the prudent stewardship of the business. So no one believes we're out of jail yet, so we continue to manage our debt levels. We continue to keep our options open. We have the terminal redevelopment project that we are considering when we should commence the refurbishment of the terminal, and that will happen between now and mid-2022. We're just finalising with our suppliers, contractors, with the board, and ultimately a discussion with the shareholders when we're ready to talk about the next stages of the terminal redevelopment. But certainly we've given a commitment to Air New Zealand to commence that work prior to June 2022. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. A couple of quick questions from me. One, probably a little bit of a train spotty thing, but in your Chief Executive's report, it's page 186 on Diligent for Us, your key results at a glance. You've got, for example, operating revenue dash 8.2 million, but it's up and it's a growth. That's not negative 8.2 million, I'm assuming. Just
No, it's a dash.
just with the dashes in front of them, I have to second guess it all looks whether it's a negative
Yes,
earning or
yeah.
I just from a
We would normally bracket too, I think, Scott, would we not? Or?
You probably bracket a negative number.
yeah, or just an arrow or something that just differentiates it, you know.
But no, it's a dash.
Yeah, thank you. And also, in terms of the strategic intent that's before us today, what, if any, are the material differences from the previous years?
Look, I'll ask Scott just to speak to that. Essentially, I think there's a lot of material difference, but Scott.
No, it shouldn't be. The statement of intent, I think it's probably got a lens now, a post-COVID lens, or more of a post-COVID lens, but there's been no real, in terms of our 10-year planning and how that folds back into sort of the 3-year lens. Comfortable that it's no material change in our direction.
Great, thank you. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Well done on the report. Given the things that have happened this year that haven't been favourable, to be in this position is a pretty sterling job, so well done. Just a question about having not all your eggs in one basket is obviously proven to be the correct approach, and so you've got your offering of commercial and light industrial land. Just want to explore that a bit further. Do you have many irons in the fire in terms of interest across that land holding? How fast will you be developing that block? That's one part of the question. How does that fit in with freight, air freight and potential to grow freight services? And the third part of that question is if all that's coming together, how does that fit with the timing as you see it for Southern Links?
Thanks.
It wasn't too complex, was it?
No, I'll now try and remember the questions. Look, the first question around timing, I think and this is principally for the Northern Precinct, we always viewed this as a potential 20 to 30 year development horizon. So there's a significant amount of commercial industrial land. It's about the size of Highbrook in Auckland, for those of you that are familiar with Highbrook. And of course, it will require a significant investment either not only by the airport company, but potentially by some kind of partnership in order to develop the land holding.
Sorry,
but
just to stop you in that far,
Yes.
I don't mean to, but I'll lose it in my head. Some of that will be the wastewater solution?
Potentially, and just speaking briefly to Blair today, I mean, yes, some of that potentially would be, or could be, reserved for that.
Yeah, just while I had that in front of mind, thank you.
So that's, I guess, the time horizon. And what I would say around the protection of safe freight, part of developing Northern, once the plan changes through, will be a update of our aeronautical master plan. So we have quite a bit of land that would form along the side of the runway. And has the potential to be used for aeronautical activity in a future point. So it's at that point that we would then consider, with the rewrite of the aeronautical master plan, what covenants or restrictions do we want to put on the sale or use of the land that borders the runway from Northern. And I've now forgotten, Mayor, your third point.
So that was just, that gives me the answer to your plans across the commercial, light industrial, 20 to 30 year horizon. So how does this fit in with the growth or otherwise of air freight?
Well, look, air freight, as I think I've mentioned before, is very much contingent on commercial jet operations to carry that freight. Principally, most freight is carried in commercial airlines, perhaps other than at the moment, where, of course, aircraft are being converted solely for freight. But in a normal, outside of a normal COVID operating environment, you do need hand-in-hand the commercial passenger jet activity for significant freight operations. But we have land reserved already in our master plan, forgetting the northern precinct. Our master plan already provides for land around the terminal to be reserved for freight handling.
So, and that future plan also factors in Southern Links and the extension of any rail service that may come. Is that
Yes,
right?
look, certainly Southern Links and one of the decisions, perhaps not so much for a public forum, but one of the decisions that the company will need to consider is what is the appropriate time to develop that land holding given the uncertainty, or perhaps more positively when we are more certain about Southern Links, because obviously there is a value uplift to consider. So that timing will be pretty important. Conversely, staged development is what we would see initially without Southern Links. So some development of the land that could be accommodated to Waipa and NZTA's agreement around roading access and roading triggers.
Okay, thank you. Just one further question, just in terms of L3 and Pacific Aerospace, and I might make a comment or two in the debate about that. But it is what it is. It's not good news, but it is what it is right now. Do you think, or will there be a possibility to reinvent that subsection of the aeronautical industry in the future, or is it gone, and never to be returned?
Look, there are two different businesses. If I was to speak firstly to L3, so the challenges that the relocation of their flight school back to Portugal, essentially, and the UK means that the re-entry of another party will be challenging because it has principally been international pilots. But look, what I would say is that the industry globally is going to need to train pilots, so that hasn't gone away. So could be, and there are still the remnants of flight schools throughout New Zealand that are training in one way, shape or form. We're not the only flight school, we were the largest. So I think, yes, there is a chance for that to come back there, but exactly when, unknown, but we certainly we remain open to any inquiry in that regard. Pacific Aerospace is a slightly different, I'm hopeful, for argument's sake, that we still are in a liquidation process and there is interest to acquire the business and the going concern. And look, that will unfold, I think, over the next week or two as to whether or not there is any operator that's happy to do that. Aircraft manufacturer is tough. So, and I think this is, Pacific Aerospace is, I think, the only aircraft manufacturer, was the only aircraft manufacturer in the Southern Hemisphere, really. So, it's a tough business. So, and their particular aircraft design supported the tourism industry in terms of, and also agriculture. So, very hard to know, but like all these things, when you lose them, and this, I guess, was our frustration, particularly over L3 and the border. It's an industry that I think, on balance, could well have been saved, but we've lost it at this point.
We did our very best in Wellington.
Yep, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Mark, your assessment of the risk, this might be just a bit of guesswork, of Air New Zealand watching Origin build a business on the Nelson and Palmerston routes and then deciding to come back into that picture. Do you think that's and running it for 2 or 3 years and then dropping it again, which is not the first time that sort of thing's happened at Hamilton Airport. Is that...
I guess it's always a risk, isn't it, Councillor McPherson? But what I would say is perhaps the one differing aspect at the moment, and maybe into coming years, has been COVID and its impact on Air New Zealand, and principally perhaps the focus that Air New Zealand will have rebuilding its global business. But look, I sense that Air New Zealand don't have a fit-for-purpose aircraft.
So the 72 ATR is too big, in other words.
Correct. And so I probably as informed as you are in terms of what may happen in the future. But look, we maintain a good communication with Air New Zealand, and in fact, Air New Zealand will be at our board meeting, and in fact at our shareholder update after our board meeting in April. So there'll be an opportunity for the mayors and the CEs to have a very open discussion with Air New Zealand at that meeting.
And Origin have got some staff here now and things like that to handle the...
No, we're pretty much, so they're using Ham Aero for their ground handling, and we in Scott's team is providing the, if you like, the landside support check-in, and we're continuing to provide that in the meantime. So I guess we're trying to provide all that we possibly can to support that business to survive and thrive.
Great, thanks. A couple other questions. I was looking at your, was it social wellbeing?
Yep.
The one up there. There's an issue that's going to come up in the next year, I imagine. That's a better public transport link between the airport and either the towns to the south or Hamilton or both. That potentially runs up against your reasonably lucrative parking offer there. So what's the company's view on helping PT, public transport, get going between the airport and the surrounding areas?
Look, I think we've always been open. I mean, it's an obvious dilemma. But what I would say to you is that for argument's sake, we have Loop car share right at the airport. We are committed with Waipa to cycleways, and we're completing cycleways as part of our development around Southern Central Precinct. We are already talking to both Hamilton City, Waipa, and we've met with the Regional Council just in the past 2 weeks about Northern and the PT connections into Northern from, for argument's sake, Peacocks and elsewhere. So, and of course, we've always advocated with Waka Kotahi around the rail connection and the provision of land access there as well. So I think we understand the balance that we have to walk, and also part of this will come back to our direction from our shareholders in future over many years, I would suspect. I think there's room for both.
Okay, good to hear. Look, final question is being involved in the Three Waters discussions around council and the central Waikato, the issue of a sewerage plant to service Titanium Park principally has come up quite frequently, and potentially somewhere in your vicinity there could be a southern Hamilton, Cambridge, Titanium Park plant, but which the airport company will have to invest in, or in a standalone sort of plant, we're being told. So how's that going to sort of affect, have you got the capital to mount your share of that sort of capex?
So I think the 2 points there. One is that we already have a consented package plant for the eastern side of the airport. And our intention is to build that package plant within the next 12 months. Right. So that has been the intention. That would service the land on the eastern side of the airport, we know as Titanium Park, as well as it would connect the hotel and the terminal that are both on sewage tanks at the moment. Now, and that's a scalable small package plant.
By scalable, you mean you could take more?
Correct.
You could fill up your precinct.
It could take more. Now, on the back of this, of course, as you're aware, Three Waters is, the consideration and the work that's been done on your behalf by PwC to look at options around the region. We've been in discussions with Blair and his team and with PwC and we certainly have land available that could be reserved for a future plant. And we're mindful on the northern precinct, our plan change would contemplate again on site wastewater treatment, because there is, but that may well change if there was or it would be built in order to integrate into a much longer term solution for the sub-region. But we are front and centre of those conversations.
No, great. Thanks very much, Mark. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Ewan, and I'm not sure if Te Pora, you still had a question, but I'll come to you if you do next.
Thanks, Chair Ryan. Nice to see you, Mark.
Nice to see you.
Couple of questions. Just can I start on the plant, the poo plant that you're thinking of building? I'm excited about hearing about that. And
not many people are, but
no, and I'm excited because it's an example of a developer or a development using a standalone poo plant to enable growth. A beast that we have yet to achieve in the city of Hamilton, because apparently we're worried about the safety effects on the environment, the ability to scale up, the ability to interface an existing infrastructure. In light of that, what due diligence did you as an airport company go through, and why are you so confident that in fact it will work and be successful?
So the original work now was done some years ago. So in fact, probably not long after I joined the company, so 4 to 5 years ago at least. And look, that was a combined effort between our consultants, BBO, obviously the supplier of the plant and their technology and their knowledge. And in those days, it was done with Waipa. On the basis that the plant would be vested to Waipa. So Waipa also did a peer review of the solution, and there was an agreed requirement in terms of the specifications of the plant. And in fact, I'm told even the plant that we're contemplating now putting in next year is a significant improvement even in that 4 or 5 years in some of the technology that will be deployed. But I think that to us that was a robust process to go through. There are already Visi at the airport has their own on-site wastewater treatment plant that they built 2 years ago when they completed that building. So there is good evidence in the Waipa, for argument's sake, of successful standalone package plants.
Thank you. So just as an observation, would you see any barrier to why a city like Hamilton couldn't encourage developers to pursue the same types of high-spec facilities to enable growth?
You're drawing me into I think I'm a humble airport manager, Ewan.
Thank you. I thought it was a very reasonable question.
We all know why you're asking it, though. That's the problem.
All right, my next question. Thanks, Mark. Could you confirm that the airport has reached out or have commenced any discussions with a potential new entrant that has signalled their intentions to be launching middle of the year? Currently, the route structure would be flights out of Auckland to Rarotonga with an aircraft capable of operating directly out of Hamilton.
You're referring to Mike Perro's initiative?
Yeah, specifically,
yeah. We have not had any conversations with him at this stage, Ewan. It is, I mean, the only knowledge we've had is, of course, is what has been in the public arena. Certainly in the last couple of months, our focus and resource has pretty much been tapped out by trying to deal with L3 and Pacific Aerospace and the survival of those immediate businesses. But I'm aware that there are those conversations going on, and it's a timely reminder to reach out, but we haven't at this point.
That'd be great, because one would assume they could be a logical charter operator for seasonal charters. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Yes, I guess the further backdrop to that, Ewan, would be the fact that there is, of course, as we know, the much wider issues around bubbles and whilst there may be, it's difficult to gauge, and I have tried to gauge through our local politicians how that is progressing in terms of not only the Trans-Tasman but South Pacific, but it's very difficult to get information on where that is sitting.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, one final question. There had been some discussions in the past regarding both a Hamilton Direct to Nelson service, and there'd been some discussion potentially about a Hamilton-Auckland connection. Any progress on any of those?
Those initial discussions were prior to COVID with Air Chathams, and Air Chathams elected to withdraw from those conversations, which was essentially, we had very strong conversations really leading up until mid-March 2020. And then, of course, Air Chathams have turned their attention, I guess, to the survival of their business and not to new routes. What I would say is Air Chathams are actually now flying in here twice a week with a charter service, so they're transferring workers down to Central Otago, and so Air Chathams comes in on a Monday and a Friday. So we're at least seeing the tail on the runway. And
is that a Saab or?
No, it's a
been a Saab at the moment.
It's a Saab, isn't it? Yeah. So look, we stay in touch with them, but I think they've got some challenges on some of their other routes, so they're not ready to engage on a new route. And the Hamilton-Auckland was always seen for them as a more problematic route than a Hamilton-Nelson.
Of course, we do have a Nelson Direct with Origin now as well. They have some over the weekends. There's a Nelson Direct service on a Friday and a Sunday, and connectivity through Palmerston North.
Daily?
Yep.
Cool. And have they changed those flight times?
They're in they've gone to an intermediate schedule.
Right.
The goal, of course, is still get it double dated. It just requires them to get a third aircraft refurbished, which is in progress.
Very good. This is your captain speaking. Are there any more questions around? We're good. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for your report. I'll ask you to step away. Is there a mover of these draft recommendations? Thank you, Councillor Ewan, seconded by Mangai Oli. We'll now go into debate with you, Ewan, to start.
Yeah, look, my first comment is I'd like to be one of the first, and I'm sure there'll be more, congratulating the airport on their financial performance. I'm often the first to criticise our friends at the airport, but today I have nothing other than praise. They've been dynamic, and they have shown a split strategy, and not having all the eggs in one basket can pay dividends, and so I'm particularly impressed. I look forward to maybe an announcement from the board that they'd be willing to pay a dividend. That would be nice, but I'm assuming they might not come my way. The other comment I would like to make is it reminds me how Waipa and I guess other councils in this great country have approached things like standalone sewage plants. And the Mayor invited me to make this comment, so I'll make it here. Hamilton is still an outlier. We are still telling developers that if you want to develop, you've got to connect to our existing struggling infrastructure, because we don't like the idea of potential risk being transferred to the city, where what we've heard from Mark and others is that councils in other parts of the country are doing their due diligence, are verifying the capabilities of these plants, and are finding comfort to the point where they happily will take over the assets in future years. And I note, and I'm glad that the Chair Dave Mack is here because it's his committee that we're still waiting to have a report back about these plants operating other places of New Zealand, and I'm sure when that report comes back we'll see the example of the airport in the Waipa district. And maybe this is our real panacea to releasing more affordable land and for once and for all being able to address what I think is a significant and growing threat. And our only current critical point of difference in the Golden Triangle is our issue of affordability for housing. Houses are becoming more and more unaffordable, and this may be a mechanism to address that. And so I just highlight that in the context. Here's a real live living example of the airport taking advantage of that technology, implementing a strategy and plan, a council participating in that process, satisfying themselves that there is no long-term threat, and enabling the airport to grow. And I think we could take a lesson from that.
Well done. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Yes, join in the congratulations for a really sound business report, especially, as I said in my questions, in light of the hard times that we are currently facing. Interested in the long-term sustainability of the airport as a multi-business hub, and certainly with the aeronautical industry. We should do our very best to still attract aeronautical industry to the wider airport precinct. Can't tell you how disappointed I was when L3 during COVID had to pack up and go home. Just a huge shame, because that was part of our very strong reputation. Brilliant airspace to train in, brilliant facilities, international class training, highly sought after and highly thought of. Went all the way to Wellington to try and support a bid by government to save it. Was unsuccessful alongside, I know, the airport and other stakeholders also did likewise. So that's a shame. In terms of Pacific Aerospace, I really hope we can save that opportunity here in the Waikato. After all, actually, New Zealand's very good at building things. We build the American Cup boats, right? And they do pretty well in the water. So I think as an engineering and technical hub, we have great strength. So it'd be a real shame to see this one also go. Really interested in the commercial and industrial, because of course we have Ruakura kicked off now, and we have a bit of industrial land to the north of Hamilton, but we still know that we're short of commercial and industrial land. So how do we roll this out? I think Southern Links is pretty important, but I also believe there's a future for Rail Connect. In terms of the wastewater, my personal view is that as long as it meets government's expectations for the standard, then there's not a problem with privately funded and privately run wastewater, but it's got to be at that high standard. The difficulty is, of course, when we start to add together our Three Waters services in terms of future business, there's a scale and economy around that. So if we get too many bespoke and individualised, like Hautapu, the airport, it alters significantly the Southern Wastewater proposition for a shared plant, and already has in some respects, unfortunately. Change in the water space is coming, and it's not just about wastewater, it's about water supply, wastewater and stormwater, and there's got to be a scale and economy about that. And to be quite honest, if people aren't clear about that, that will become 10 times clearer on the 26th when we all go to Rotorua to hear from the local government commission around the water. And, changes are coming. So to me, it's about doing things that save ratepayers money through scale, efficiency, and also meeting the government standards. If the airport has to run their own bespoke water treatment, so be it. But overall, we've still got to think of that broader economic scale in the best interest of the ratepayers. So, but anyway, congratulations to the airport for sailing through some, flying through some hard times recently and still maintaining business viability. Wish you all the best for the upcoming year.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, and obviously just join everyone else in congratulating the nature of the report, and I take it as a given, Mr Chair, that as 50% shareholder we will obviously meet in public excluded where there are critical commercial questions we want to answer, and I think there are some developments, whether it's involving Pacific Aerospace Air New Zealand, so there is issues of commercial sensitivity, and I'd expect as a given that the appropriate time this committee would interact again with the airport in that way, because obviously there's a degree of commercial limitation to what we could perhaps say publicly comment. I do want to actually highlight, and I remember this, forgive me, as a former MP in the early 2000s, and that was the role of this Economic Development Committee of this council. I think Ewan Wilson was chair at the time. In terms of the encouragement, I understand that this council did with regard to encouraging the the CTC operation, and played quite, I think, a significant role in encouraging that here and enticing it. And it's obviously extremely sad, given the current international circumstance, that we're seeing hopefully a temporary withdrawal, from this area. But it certainly underscores to me the critical importance of this particular committee and the work that you and the Mayor are doing in terms of encouraging that development there. And as I said, please, if there's, as a 50% shareholder, I certainly welcome the opportunity to be updated in terms of some of the other commercial developments that may be sensitive. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, just a comment from me regarding L3. Some of you may or may not be aware, proactively led by Councillor Ewan, our committee, with the weight of the mayoral office, did advocate central government to try and mitigate that closure, but unfortunately COVID was too much to bear. But we are now working with the University in Te Waka to try and still utilise the facility for perhaps a second phase bubble, COVID as restrictions or isolation phase into a more sort of secondary, because it is a brilliant facility out there, both the quality of the accommodation and the location. So the international student economy, which we touched on earlier today, contributes around 280 million to our local economy, so it's a very, very significant. Do you have a right of reply, Councillor Wilson? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. With your leave, committee, we'll jump item 12 and go in Civic Financial and allow Hamilton Central Business to present, as Vanessa and Mike Neal are here. So if there are no objections, we'll do that. Thanks for being so accommodating, Tracy. We're going to jump to item 13.
I was about to say good morning.
Welcome, Vanessa and Mike.
Thank you. We were going to take the opportunity to actually, rather than ourselves speak today, to hear from our businesses via a video we had put together after our CBD awards that we held at the end of last year. And happy to take any questions after that. So we'll play the video.
Become a real hub, a real business hub. Everyone supports everyone, and that's what I really like. Like, we get behind everyone that we can, everybody gets behind us, and we're always talking. Hamilton Central Business Association is key to that because it's opened up communication to all the local businesses, and we just found that that's been really beneficial for us and for everyone else.
I never considered opening up anywhere else but the CBD. I'm surrounded, literally surrounded by women in business. Incredible, successful women in business. It's a very, very cool community to be part of.
The reason we chose the CBD is because why wouldn't it? The CBD is a very vibrant, happening place. It's constantly evolving and changing all the time. So for us that have been here a long time, it provides a sense of constant change, which helps every business.
It seems to be a little microclimate that hums no matter what's going on in the wider economy. There's lots of innovation, there's a lot of smart people moving Hamilton and already in Hamilton that are kind of tackling Hamilton and the world. There's lots of exports and digital exports out of Hamilton, and it's just a growing place at the moment.
We love the CBD and we see Hamilton as a thriving hub for businesses, and all our residents love it here as well, being close to the river, close to lots of places to eat, get coffee, and get to work in a thriving, fun environment.
We moved here 20 years ago. We always knew there was potential. We've got a great asset on our doorstep and we're a key part of the business community here. It makes sense for us to be based alongside other businesses as part of the city centre.
There's a lot of growth in Hamilton and we're quite excited about what's happening. I mean, we've got construction across the road, which we're looking to jump into as well, and things like that.
We've got so many cool places to eat and drink and be merry, and I think we're really spoiled for choice. There's lots of amazing people backing those places as well, so yeah, it's cool to be a part of.
The CBD is the heart of Hamilton, so we are so proud of being part of the community and contribute our talents to this beautiful city and to this beautiful community. We are so honored.
Because of the range of shows that we're doing, from rock artists to pop artists to DJs, we have opened up Hamilton to a huge number of entertainers. We're getting to the point where we're doing 30 to 40 shows a year now, which means that nearly every week there's something on and a reason for people to come in.
There we go. So I have to say, it didn't quite work as well as expected there, so it seemed a little bit out of sync, but the actual video that we have works brilliantly. So yeah, we're looking to put this out in the public domain over the next month or so, so we'll be happy to answer any questions about the CBD.
Thanks, Vanessa. Just before we go to questions, is there any key things in your report you want to bring to our attention?
Just obviously the past 6 months have been, well, the past year has been a particularly trying time for the business community. So we were delighted with the end of year results that saw CBD spend in particular have the best quarter that we've had since we've been charting records since 2009. So there has been some really good resilience shown by our business community. And there has actually been a really good feel, which is what we were trying to convey with the video, around the businesses and their support of one another, and also the public in terms of really getting behind local businesses and making a concerted effort to come in and be a part of the CBD and noticeably contribute here through both spending and attendance at events. And so we just really wanted to highlight that and the continuation that's having. From a commercial viewpoint, Mike, do you want to?
Yeah, look, I think it was really encouraging last year. And one of the differences between Hamilton and maybe Auckland and Wellington is we're not overly reliant on a lot of government occupiers or large corporates, which meant that because they tended to be a little bit more conservative through lockdowns and things, so you had actually a lot of businesses that were really keen to be back in town supporting other businesses. Everyone you talked to was doing something that they wouldn't have otherwise done. That's been encouraging. I did mention to Vanessa we're just about to release the office and retail occupancy surveys for June to December. And again, quite encouraging. As you'd imagine, the vacancy levels have gone up, but they've really gone from about 7.5% to sort of 8.2 or 3, which is actually pretty robust in comparison to what's going on in Auckland and Wellington.
Cool. We'll go to questions. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Chair Ryan. My question, I think, is to Mike, if I could. What advice or what suggestions would you have of council in terms of our approach to the district plan review, to trying to help change any zoning or planning guides to encourage more sort of revitalisation of a number of the empty office spaces? I note particularly in the north of the city and even at the south, there are still a number of sort of street-facing buildings that are empty and have been empty for a while. In your expertise, is it just a moment of time? Have we already done enough and it's going to happen? Or is there something the market's waiting for that we could help?
That's a complex question. And I do think sometimes when you drive down a street and you see something vacant, there's often actually something going on behind the scenes. You know, you look at the old Briscoe's building at Northmore, there are a lot of things going on around that. I don't think council has ever done enough. That's just a general rule for every council everywhere. You can always continue to do more. You know, with the free parking remission on DCs. I think part of it, and I've said it before, I do think when you look at district plans, more rules actually don't give better outcomes, and you should be focused more on the outcome than the rules. So when a developer comes to you with an idea, it's to take a pragmatic view and go, is this actually good for the city? Could this work? One thing that sort of comes to mind is, and you look at where Hamilton Central Business is and Garden Place now, which was a retail offering, and council have always had a little bit of a reluctance to have office at ground level, but I look at how well that works along there, and it's fabulous. But I think that tells us it's about the quality of development, not just about development. And again, more rules don't give you better quality development necessarily, but it should be about outcomes, and I think that should be your number one focus, is about how do we get good outcomes. Because we've got some wonderful developers wanting to do things, and they might need a hand from a whole lot of different aspects. Sometimes it's leniency, sometimes it's just speeding up the process. There are a whole lot of things, but you know, we're all in this together. Everyone in this room and outside wants the same thing. We want a vibrant, successful city, and we've got to work together. It's not having silos here, there. We're all on the same page. So I think just mindful that everybody knows that within the different departments in Hamilton, that, you know, we want good outcomes, and hey, if you have to sometimes move on some things to make that happen, if you can tick 7 boxes out of 10, it's a great outcome. Run with it.
Thank you.
Paula.
I'm always interested in that conversation because we need to get clarity about what boxes we're actually supposed to be ticking and what the key aspects that hold things up. 9 times out of 10 when I ask individual developers, it's a different thing each time, so it's tricky, it's a bit movable. Just in terms of events, thank you on your report here. Thank you for your participation in the events that you've put on the CBD. To what extent do you feel that is important to the businesses that you represent?
Oh, hugely important. I think not only does it support specific sectors by having people in here and you know, being involved with hospitality and retail and those very front-facing businesses, but it also adds to the feel of the CBD, the vibrancy, the you know, the people coming in, the activity. Those are all things that has commercial outcomes, but also residential enjoyment as well, and adds to the selling point of the CBD.
Thank you. So you continue to work in that embedded space with the funding that the council has provided? Absolutely.
It's imperative to have things happening all the time. I think it ticks a number of boxes for the city and for people coming in and being able to enjoy the city.
So are you finding from that, thank you, by the way, for helping with the Christmas parade. What a great fun we had alongside you doing that. I think we'll all agree. In terms of those events, have you got any insight into some of them becoming regular, or is it always going to be slightly different?
Definitely like having the regularity of events, things like the Chinese Lantern Festival. People have started to expect to have those events, and I think that it's a great success when people are wanting them to happen each year. and right down to smaller events like we have Disney characters doing stories in the garden for children every fortnight over summer, which is regularly well attended. So I think that there is we've got a good mix of events that are regular or events that are looked forward to on an annual basis, as well as new events coming through. But we always do try and explore the opportunity of new events coming through to be coming again next year.
Have you identified any barriers for small groups putting on events in the central city spaces?
Yes, I mean there's some logistical barriers that can happen, and sometimes there are some expectations around community events that can pose a little bit of an issue, things that could cost money, and that could be anything from road closures through to waste minimisation, through to having to bring in amenities like toilets to be able to hold those events. So they can cause barriers. Again, we work through that.
I do think Vanessa and Vicky particularly work exceptionally hard when there are barriers to an event taking place in the CBD, actually making it work, that I wouldn't believe other people would actually go to that length to make them happen. But I think they understand the importance within the CBD of those. So I think you do a fabulous job in doing often what is often a thankless task.
No, thank you for that. And I might make a few comments and debate just around the Casabella Lane. Saw that, and thank you for that. Because that's gone through some hard times, especially with COVID being tucked down a lane. Are the laneway approach to Hamilton still valuable in terms of the CBD?
Yes, absolutely. I think laneways for people, particularly who have travelled, it's always enjoyable finding laneways. That often they can feel like you've come across a hidden gem, or there's something a little bit more to the city that you might not necessarily have seen at first glance. And I think laneways can provide that level of interest and intrigue by, they provide an explore opportunity around beyond the obvious. So I think laneways still have a good place to play, and we can see those, happening down Barton Street as well as Victoria Street and Alexandra.
There was a little one down Racket Lane off Barton Street around the corner. There's a little where he fixed bikes, and it's just come available for lease. We literally had 2 lease offers in more than 48 hours, and we actually hadn't even promoted the space. So there's very much a type of business that actually suits laneways. So more laneway development actually, there would without any doubt be people that would like to be in them.
Final short question. It's a bit harder for you to answer, but I know you'll be submitting to the LTP across a broad section of issues. In terms of helping you do your business over the next financial year or to the end of this financial year, if there was one thing where council could be of most help to you, it would be. So, and I knew it was a difficult question before I asked
question.
I asked tourism, why can't tourism the same thing?
I guess that's probably having having that regular communication of what the intent is of council to be delivering on certain things, and ourselves being able to understand and align with that when appropriate. And obviously with the CBD master plan, that's probably more relevant now than ever. So just having that sort of clear, open lines of communication, which we generally do, is beneficial at this time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Ryan. Thanks, Vanessa and White. Really good report, and impressive to see the relationships and culture you have within the businesses in the CBD. Just looking at your report and the amount of change that's happening in the CBD with the particular amount of apartments coming online, obviously quite an exciting time for you. When you reflect on that and look at your vision and your mission statement, it would seem that you've actually met your mission. How do you see it going forward, and with a view of, what would your vision and mission be potentially going forward, taking into account all the change that's about to happen?
And that really is around that dynamic word that we continue to use in our mission and our vision, and creating that, or being a part of that CBD that is really viewed nationwide as an incredibly desirable place to be. Jason talked about it in his report earlier, and how Hamilton is viewed, and I think we're on that journey of really being taken seriously as in that sort of top echelon of cities and businesses wanting to be based, and I think that's where as a CBD, we're really going is being seen as a front runner to set up your business. Not only for, potential head offices, which we hadn't previously have had, now we're a contender to have head offices. Business expansion, we're a contender for, if you had a business in Auckland and you might be looking up to open up a second store, it used to be that you would look elsewhere in Auckland. Now, it's knocking on Hamilton's door. So I think that, just continuing to have the CBD being a front runner and working toward that, ensuring that we're in that space is where we will continue to align ourselves.
Thank you.
Thanks. Probably, Mike, a few questions for you, if I could, probably following on Councillor Ewan's line of questioning. Are there any zoning restrictions in the CBD currently that are restrictive to the revitalisation?
I think the car parking one has actually helped a lot, where there isn't now the requirement to provide so many car parks, for office space. I think that's certainly helped. Are there any restrictions?
So sorry, that has helped
That has helped.
with the regeneration?
Absolutely, that has helped.
Okay.
I remember one we had a few years ago, and it had 10 car parks on site, and the rule said you needed 11. The hurdles they had to jump through to actually go and turn it into a hair salon was just staggering. So again, I think leaving some of those things to the market is a good thing. Are there any particular restrictions?
No, but probably does highlight that the transportation is continue to be a talked about element of businesses setting up here, and there are a number of issues that, or a number of things highlighted in that way around people parking, commuter parks, alternative options, multimodal opportunities. So I think that
CBD is reasonably flexible compared to a lot of other areas of Hamilton, which is actually quite good. If someone says, where can we go? 9 times out of 10, we can actually put it in the CBD, which is a really good and encouraging thing with people that might have gone elsewhere. So having that flexibility, I think, is really key. There's nothing really immediately springs to mind from a zoning perspective that seems to be a hurdle.
Okay, one of the things that probably the majority of council is supportive of is increasing density in the CBD and around it. Are you still seeing strong appetite for that?
Strong, yeah, absolutely. There's an insatiable appetite for that at the moment. I suppose one of the issues is trying to find sites large enough to do a good quality development of scale. Often we're left with a small site, and we try and densely populate a small site, which actually again doesn't really give good outcomes. If they were probably larger sites and you had to incorporate 2, you'd actually get far better outcomes. But everyone wants to do mixed use.
Can you comment on any of the ex-IRD building, the tower block, where they were looking at an international student mix? Are they? I'll use the forbidden word, pivoting and adjusting for residential demand, or?
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of things that in theory don't work. For example, with the IRD building, which have been investigated by the Wellington Company. I'm in sort of reasonably regular contact with them, so I think we just got to watch that space. But something has to happen with it. It can't just sit there. So that's good. The tower building, we're probably, in theory, we're a month away from being unconditional on the tower building. And there are a few uses that potentially could go in there. Look, it could be a hotel, student accommodation and apartments, as well as commercial. So again, it's likely to be a mixed use. But the amount of capital required to redevelop these buildings is significant. And I think that's one of the understandings that you'll look at.
Just on that hotel front, we were talking about it earlier. Anecdotally, and not putting you on the spot, are you seeing a strong demand for that overnight?
Yeah, there is, without any doubt. I mean, there are a number of conferences I know that would come to Hamilton if we had more, 4-star and above beds, but we don't. There are a number of developers who would like to come to Hamilton to do that. Potentially an existing building is a cheaper option. Look, and I'll probably make this comment regularly, but I look at the endowment fund that council has, and so maybe turning a management agreement and underwriting it to turn it effectively to a lease would actually be a really effective way of supporting a new hotel in Hamilton. But without any doubt, we hear it constantly that we need more.
And just doing a sniff test this morning down Worley and Ward Street. Obviously, there was a travel agent on the corner there, and they've gone. Is there much appetite around those spaces?
It's actually been really interesting. I think last week in the CBD, I think we did 6 leases. and all, nothing massive, but all, from retail to office and all some 50 square metres to sort of 200. So there's a lot of demand for the right quality spaces. Smaller spaces are a lot easier than larger, and that applies as a general rule to office and retail. And you look at the Flight Centre where they were, and is it on the corner? That's not a bad location, but it's probably a little bit bigger than some might want. But it's got to be cost effective as well. And I think another thing we're seeing is that tenants do a lot more due diligence on landlords now. They go, is this a landlord we want to be in a long-term relationship with when you have the likes of COVID?
They want to sign a prenup or something like that?
Just about.
Okay, fantastic. All right, thanks everyone. I think that's the end of our questions. Okay, thank you. We'll ask you to step away. Thank you for your presentation and report and video. Mayor Paul is happy to move, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Would you like to lead us off, Mayor Paula?
To go into any great detail because I know that we're just at the head of the LTP, so you will be submitting to the LTP with what lines up with the ACBA interest. Just to note that we have, since I spoke with you last, which was reasonably recently, Vanessa, we have forwarded a stream of work to staff to look at making it easier for events to occur in these public spaces, in particularly around if there's any improvements we can make around traffic management. So you'll be pleased to know that that's a conversation to be had, and I'm more than happy to bring you in the room to inform that conversation. Just in terms of the events, huge thank you for what you've done just in this year. When you look at this report, the 6 monthly update, you've packed in quite a few events, and I know you did in the recovery from COVID period when people were getting their confidence to come back into town. We've got some exciting opportunities in our LTP all around the central city, so we're looking forward to tapping into your membership to get their thoughts, because I'm sure there's a range of views on the propositions that we've got. But we enjoy our working relationship with you both. We thank you for the work you do in our CBD. We'd be far worse off if we didn't have you there. And thanks again for the work. You did a lot of the work around the Christmas parade that my colleagues and I really enjoyed working alongside you and showcasing the CBD. I think the public appreciated seeing city leadership all together, collaborating, albeit waving from a whole raft of EVs, etc. It was a lot of fun. But the fun aside, I know there was actually a fair bit of work on your behalf to help with that, so we do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Ewan is seconded. Do you want to comment? I'll just echo Mayor's comments. Thanks again for the work you guys have been doing. Chinese Festival the other week was awesome. Again, it looks like a growing crowd and a real diverse face of New Zealand turning up to support it. And thank goodness that was just before lockdown and 660, etc. So that was also wonderful. I know Deputy Mayor's put in his apologies today, but I know with the work of the CBD committee, they also support and are grateful to have the work you guys do. So thank you. If there's no other comments for debate, we will move to debate. Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to, he hates it, doesn't he? Tracy, thank you. We're going to jump back to...
I liked your smile, Mr. Chair, when you were doing any against. Thank you for that.
I had, governors have said it's okay, so I'm quite, but I'm mindful of upsetting my good dear friend. We're on item 12. Could everyone just welcome Tracy Musty to the desk, please?
Thank you, Chair. So today I'm just bringing to you Civic Financial Services. So what we've got is their report, the annual report, and their statement of intent. So you'll remember that this one is slightly different from all the other CCOs that we have, and that they have a different financial year coming through. So I'll take the report as read and happy-ish to answer any questions.
Yeah, just a quick one, Tracy, just for you. On performance targets and measures on page 201 of Diligent,
Sure.
We aim to provide superannuation services to at least 90% of local authorities. Just on that, what's the uptake of superannuation for council staff across the organisation? I guess that's specifically, but not limited to KiwiSaver.
So for our ones in particular, or councils in general over New Zealand?
Hamilton City Council.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can certainly find out for you.
Okay, and what's the Hamilton City Council's default superannuation provider?
People can choose whatever they want to. So a lot of people can have their own personal ones, or obviously KiwiSaver. But again, by default, it depends on who you want your KiwiSaver with. So, but I will find out and get back to you. Great question.
Thank you. All right, there's no other questions. I'm happy to move.
Just one question.
Oh, sorry.
Why are elected members not invited to participate?
I think you are, yeah. No, I genuinely think you are, but again, I will double check for you and get back to you. Yeah.
Can I just stab at answering that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong? As elected members are contracted, it doesn't automatically come out of the POA, or is that incorrect? I'm looking to David or Tracy.
No, that's true, but it doesn't mean to say you can't. I don't know why you would not be able to participate yourself. So let me double check that, and I'll get back to you with an answer.
Could I venture a comment here that question what has been asked at least a couple of times since I've been on council, and my recollection is that we didn't qualify, but don't ask me the reason why not. And this was going back at least 2 terms, Tracy.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, so there was certainly a request that we be able to.
Yeah.
And, for instance, no KiwiSaver, no super options for elected members, no holiday pay when we lose our positions, unlike the others. Well, that's why I've stayed so long.
That I can't answer for you, but...
So the only way to get holidays covered is by staying so long. But,
Thanks, a good question, Councillor Ewan. So,
yeah.
I was there when there was a proposal, but a certain minister vetoed it.
okay.
That was when there was a Labor government, was it?
Okay. So you'll take that as a staff action?
Yes,
Tracy?
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anything further on that, Councillor Ewan?
No, that was it.
Thanks. Maxine.
So just in relation, in a broader sense, to superannuation being offered to staff, what kind of education and encouragement is given to staff when they are onboarded, and to staff who don't have a superannuation? Do we do any analysis on that?
So you actually have to opt out. So it's assumed that you will be in it, and you actually have to physically sign a piece of paper, if you like, to opt out of superannuation.
That is an excellent strategy.
Yeah. So it's not you opting into it. It's actually you have to make a conscious decision to opt out of KiwiSaver.
Cool. Yep. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, back to the staff recommendation. Oh, sorry, Maxine.
So in terms of that, what is the council's contribution alongside the staff contribution to their own super?
So it's your standard 3%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've moved. Did I have a seconder? Councillor Ewan. Is there any debate? Those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Carried unanimously. What's your appetite, colleagues, to push through a couple more? We're getting close to lunch.
We've done, next one, 14, I'll move.
Okay, Claire's not actually here.
That will make it even easier.
It's the new lease. Sean, do you want to come to the table just for these two? Okay, yep, we'll go to 16, policy review, and we'll kick back with, yeah, we'll kick back with Claire after lunch, shall we?
Yep, they're pretty straightforward.
Okay, we're on item 16 now. If we've got time, we'll jump back to those leases. Page 243, Tracy.
Sorry, just let me find it. Okay, so this is just redoing our policy for appointment and remuneration of board members of our COs, CCOs and CCTOs. So what the team have done with this one in particular, just updated it for language, for example, changing the committees that report now comes through. The main change probably is point 17, which is on page, I'm going to say in the new one, 247. So what the main change that we're trying to do with this one is just, it's about more collaboration with the chairs of the committees, and also recognising that the LCCOs also have constitution documents as well, with obviously how they're going to appoint directors and those sorts of things. So it's just kind of wording that to make it, which is exactly, to be fair, what we actually genuinely do now, is work in collaboration with those other parties. So it's just formally putting that into the policy. So that's probably the main change that we've made in this particular one. Yeah. Yeah, the track changes one, yeah.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Just glancing through this, I couldn't see whether you referred to an issue that's just come up, and I hope I missed it, in relation to council members, which some of us at least would think should apply to CCOs, and that's in terms of childcare for those caring for young families or otherwise dependent family members. Is that available through the remuneration package? Because, and the reason I ask that is because of the other side of that coin is our wish to have more diverse boards, appointees to CCO boards. I couldn't see any reference either way to that area.
No, there probably won't be. So that's definitely something that I can go away and have a chat to Blair about, on whether or not we include that formally in the policy.
Yeah, I think we should try and reflect our current council policy in that sort of area in the CCOs as well, especially Tracy, as more and more council business is likely to be devolved to CCOs, for instance, in the Three Waters area.
Sure.
And people may be appointed to boards that, you know, more likely to be if they can get that sort of support. So that's one. The other one is sort of the clause 15, where it says elected members, council officers appointed to the board of a CCO shall not be entitled to any remuneration. Should that not say while in their council positions? Because I'm aware of one councillor, for instance, who started work on it's not as strictly a CCO, but as a commissioner, while he was a councillor, but he continued that after he was a councillor, and he could get caught out, someone in that position. Right. So just should have some tact on the end relating to the time in council. They don't get it, but if they're outside, following on or whatever.
Yep, that's a good point, thank you.
I mean, they may, of course, their tenure may expire when they leave council, but if it doesn't.
Yeah, some do, some don't, I suspect, from memory, yeah.
It'll be on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, thanks.
Just checking with Jen, she might have found something on your childcare.
Oh, no, Tracy, that's fine.
All good?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you happy if that's taken away as an action?
Yeah, so would that come back to a future one of these meetings as a variation or something like that? So it's not something in here that's wrong, it's an additional, presumably.
Could that just a point of information, and could that be done in time? I see this as a recommendation to council.
Yeah.
Could that be added?
Yeah.
We note it. We note that we've asked staff, because ultimately council makes the final decision, and it could very well be some minor amendments would cover that time it arrived at council.
And can one of the wonderful governance teams make a note of that for our recommendation resolution? Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ryan. Look, my question focuses in the same areas as Councillor McPherson's comments. It's in regards to tenure and remuneration. And I've read 12 to say all council appointments to boards of CCOs are at the Economic Development Committee's discretion. Yep. But when it gets down to 14, we seem to pass the ball to the board themselves to decide what remuneration they get paid. And to me, that appears to be a poor decision.
So what page are you on there, Ewan?
It is page 2. 247 of
251.
Track changes.
Oh, okay.
There's two
I'm
of
just
them,
going
'cause
off.
there's a clean one and there's a track change
Yeah,
one.
I'm going off the clean one, item 16, attachment 1, page 2, or
247.
page 247,
Yeah.
diligence. And basically what we're signing off is that remuneration of appointees is a matter of public interest and will be approved by resolution at the CCO's annual general meeting. Now, I'm assuming at the annual general meeting, who is each individual council's representative? Is it the mayor? Or is it the board of the CCO that decides their salary?
It is ultimately the shareholders' representative at the AGM who votes on behalf of the shareholder.
And who is that?
So it will depend on which CCO. So
Okay.
it is not the board who is making, the board will be making a recommendation, but it is the shareholders who vote on that recommendation.
So I'll signal that I'd like to look at moving an amendment that actually takes the remuneration that we as a committee determine what the remuneration is as a standard. These are council-controlled organisations that are being funded by ratepayers, and that I'm feeling that the current proposed model is trying to make it too commercial. I'm actually in the debate, but I'm
That's right.
signalling to you.
I'm just trying to understand better what the purpose of your amendment or
What I'm trying to say is we should have a schedule of payments that we would pay to a board member of a CCO, and as part of that schedule could be remuneration that Councillor McPherson was referring to in regards to family support for babysitting, etc., where what this is in front of us passes that to council's representative at an AGM. That could be anything from the chief executive or a senior member of management or the mayor, depending which CCO. And so it lends itself, one, to no clear visibility to elected members.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just want staff response on that. But also, do we not set the parameters and that limit, the limit of that remuneration as well?
Not according to the document here.
Okay.
So I think there's I understand what Councillor Wilson is wanting to achieve. I'm very mindful that in many CCOs we are not the sole shareholder, so there is multiple entities who are shareholders in this, which is why these matters are determined at the AGM, where the shareholders can have a view. I think, Councillor Wilson, part of your question is also what is the appropriate remuneration for the type of entity and board and the skills on that particular board, and they will vary from board to board. And ultimately your last question is also making it very clear that our council has clarity of direction for the person who then goes and votes at the AGM on that proposal for remuneration. But I'm very mindful that we can't have a schedule here and say we impose that schedule on the entity and say that's what all other shareholders must agree to, because it is sometimes in that case a consortium of shareholders.
Mr. Chair, I've got a subsequent question then. In light of the fact you're asking us to sign off on the process, could you give me a scale of likely board remuneration, pulling examples of the different types of board and reflecting your critical point of different types of expertise? So could you articulate the type of quantums that a board member on a CCO would be paid?
I wonder,
pick a couple, because you're asking us to accept the process. You've said these are one of the reasons why you don't want us to put a schedule, surely in light of that, you will have in mind the types of quantums you're imagining.
I'm just
If
thinking
I can,
here,
Blair, to give you time to think through the chair, in terms of the LGFA, like the chair, Craig Stabo of the LGFA, is remunerated at a sum of around $50,000. So that's for the work that he does. So from a quantum perspective, the board itself is less than that. Identified that hasn't been answered by Blair, and that is what are the, even if it is a joint thing and we send delegates along, what are their riding instructions in that area, if any?
That's the second limb. How do we give them those instructions?
So I think there's two questions there. The first of those is comfort that the remuneration of the board members and any changes is benchmarked and has been substantiated or evidenced by potentially third-party information. So often that is good practice, that boards receive independent remuneration advice, much as organisations do, and that then informs the remuneration or any change in remuneration. The second part of the question is the mandate given by this committee to the representative to vote on behalf of this committee at that AGM. So I'm just wondering, through the chair, we may need to go away and do some thinking around how we address some of these comments, because I'm very mindful that at the end of the day, in many instances, we are one of many shareholders, and so this has got, whatever our policy reflects, has got to also work in that environment.
Blair, is this something that is a work over the lunch break thing, or is this you need to take it away and bring it and give it some good, robust, so that elected members have comfort around?
I think it's more than lunch break.
And is there any danger in holding this resolution up today? No? Good.
Because it still is going to council, so we could do all of that at council.
Okay.
There is no, this policy needs to be reviewed, but if it's there's no time frame upon which that review needs to occur.
Okay, we may, I'll talk to governance and that, we may just remove this item from the agenda rather than needing to do a procedural motion, etc. Martin, is your question?
It's really relevant, and I thank Councillor Wilson for actually drawing this to my attention. Item 12, all council appointments to the boards of CCOs are at the Economic Development Committee's discretion. Previously, that was at the Finance Committee's discretion. How do you interpret that particular clause, Blair? Does that means that this committee appoints?
Well, this committee, under the council's terms of reference, has responsibility for CCOs and council organisations, so it's just reflecting that, council.
Well, in other words, this committee appoints.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So the issue when we had Finance Committee was a committee of the whole. Under the Julie Hardacre term, when Kerry Mallett chaired this, the equivalent of the CCO committee, we had a situation, and this is, we're going to come back to this, where a minority or all councillors don't have the ultimate say. So, for example, we've got an RMA Commissioner recommendation coming through. That's a given that it goes to all elected members upon recommendation from the relevant committee. So well, the question is, I will be proposing 12. All council appointments to the boards of CCOs are at the Economic Development Committee's discretion upon recommendation to full council.
That happens by default, I think.
No,
No?
it doesn't.
No. Okay.
Doesn't. That's the issue.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if would the move of the motion be prepared to accept that amendment as part of the motion?
I think, and depending on what Councillor Ewan wants to do, we'll defer this item, which will give us the opportunity to address both of those things.
Yeah, because you understand my huge angst was the full board under the Julie Hardacre mayoralty, that term, in spite of my passionate appeals, was denied final decision. And no board should ever delegate those kind of appointments. In 98% of the cases, it will just be, accepting, but it's the final discretion, so I would ask you to...
I'm just going to go to governance and ask for guidance on how we might defer this.
So we can put a procedural motion that the matter lie on the table until the next Economic Development Committee meeting. But
So if I may, Chair, just to Councillor Martin's point, the delegation for this committee, the powers that this committee has is appointments to and removals from CCO, CTOs. So what we're actually suggesting here is that is what it is. So
Well,
this is effective. That's
with
what
respect,
this committee does.
Hang on, Martin, let her finish, please.
So what Councillor Martin's proposing is obviously changing the terms of reference of this committee itself.
Well, fine, do that, because I'm so grateful to Councillor Wilson. I hadn't picked that up until now.
I don't know if Councillor Wilson is wanting to change that.
No.
Well, I'll just give notice that I'm... If you actually think it...
All right,
feel
thank
free.
you, thank you. I'm going to put the procedural motion then that this matter be deferred to the next Economic Development Committee, seconded by Councillor Wilson. There's no further talking. We will go to the vote. Those in favour of the procedural motion? Are there any against? None. Carried unanimously. I think we'll go to lunch and we'll come back on the lease agreements in 45 minutes. That'll make it 2 o'clock. Thank you. We're going to kick off with items 14 and 15. We've got Claire Foster presenting those. Thanks, Claire.
Afternoon, everyone. Yes, so the two items are for one lease, one licence for telecommunications equipment. Take them as read. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. Seconded by Mangai Oli. Any questions?
One quick question. Chair Ryan, why are these not under the CE's or a general manager's delegated authority, given the quite small size of the property and the lease?
We don't actually have anything specific in policy-wise with the leases and licences. We go through the financial delegation schedule, and under the chief exec, he has a delegating up to not exceeding 5 years, and a financial delegation of 3 million. So anything over 5 years then have to go to committee or council.
Councillor Baniston.
Yeah, thank you. It may be answered in the title of each of them, and I refer to both, but there seems to be a difference in the amount that we're asking to be paid, in terms of 4,000 for the 2 degrees and only 1,000 for Cordia.
That's correct. We have these reviewed by a registered valuer, and when it came to the Cordia licence, they, as per the attachment, they literally just have a cabinet in a communications room at the stadium. So it's just literally just a small cabinet sitting in a room. So that's why it was they didn't see it as being, it's really hard to get evidence for cabinets just sitting in rooms. So the $1,000 was deemed to be reasonable. Whereas for 2 degrees, they've got a lot more evidence out there now for communications equipment sitting on land. So the general rule of thumb is anything that's attached to a light pole does not require a lease or a licence under the Telecommunications Act, but anything that's on our public council land then requires a lease or a licence. And they've got enough evidence out there now that they can compare what other councils or private individuals have done to allow equipment on their land. So that's why they came up with a general rule of thumb. Generally comes out, this one came out at $8,000 because it's only half the equipment, they've halved it. So that's their methodology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very
Not
much.
generally high amounts.
No.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. No more questions. We'll go to debate, if any. None. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Any against? Carried unanimously. Need to do a quick circle there and come back. We've got to come back to your other one. We've only just moved the...
Second.
Questions? Debate? Any against? You and twitched. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the GM reports. I'll hand over to Jen, and then we'll just we'll keep questions specific. There's 3 items in there. We'll keep questions specific to the first one and sequence from there. Jen.
Look, I'm happy to take the report as read and just take any questions councillors might have. Nobody wants to ask me a question. Okay.
Okay, I'll move. Actually, sorry, we'll go to the next item in there because we'll move it as one sweep. The economic development update for Stafford. Any questions for Stafford, or did you have any comments on your report, Stafford?
Just briefly, we'd like to comment that we have seen another lockdown in Auckland. And just to reiterate what we learnt on the last short-term lockdown that was around 6 months ago, that the economic impacts were felt over the period, especially in areas that have a lockdown, but they did have a flow-on effect into Hamilton. What we learnt though is that there's a bit of a catch-up effect afterwards generally, that with these shorter term lockdowns, that shows that the overall economic activity is not lost over a short period of time. But in saying that, like all COVID-related impacts, while on the aggregate they might not affect the economy, it still has that impact on individuals. Some businesses hurt more than others, such as those in the hospitality sector hurt more than businesses like Bunnings, where people all of a sudden remember what projects they might want to get done during lockdown. So overall, we're about where we expected to be without a lockdown, but on an individual level, some people are hurting more than others.
Mayor Paula.
That economic forum that was on at the University of Waikato, somehow we didn't get to. Does it support your context of what's likely to happen within Hamilton post-COVID economy, the recovery period that they were talking about? And they talked about housing and transport and economic recovery.
So I think there's some very good speakers at that forum. I've listened to it all through the online portals. What I would say is there are some diverging views from the different speakers, and they're all supported by evidence, so it's quite hard to understand which way the world's going sometimes. Inflation expectations were one of the key topics that were discussed at the forum. So there's a bit of an emerging view that inflation is turning around in the world now. We've lived in a sort of a period of low inflation over the past, since the global financial crisis really has been rather low inflation levels. This sort of slows the whole rate of change in the economy. But that seems to be turning around a little bit. Inflation expectations are going up through expenditure plans that are happening in America and also throughout the world. Like in South Korea, for example, there's a $22 billion hydrogen plant that's been planned. So, you know, these are massive sums of money that are being spent overseas. These can drive inflation expectations up. And if any elected members are interested, I'm more than happy to go into detail with them at a later date. I just feel like I might get technical pretty quickly if I continue down this route too much further.
Yeah, no, I think that would be useful in terms of its impact on council. I'm just
so Mayor wants a drop-in session with you. Is that right? Private.
No, I think all of council should be across how the macroeconomics of New Zealand affect our ability to do business. I'm sort of getting into debate there, because my question would be about what impact faster inflation would have on our rates, which is not a silly question, I don't think, because the cost of things is what drives our rates up. So I was wondering about that. But it just seems to me about the uncertainty. This is a period of huge uncertainty, and what economically that does to economies of the scale of Hamilton. I mean, we've got COVID as uncertainty. We could go back into lockdown level 3 next week or the week after, or not at all. We just don't really know. And also the backdrop for local government, the uncertainty with the RMA review. We've had new pieces of legislation dropped on us that we have to adapt to, which has, of course, put us into the costs of a district plan review earlier and so on. And there's a lot of unknowns in all of that. What's that doing, from what you know, to business confidence in Hamilton from the interface that we have with business, which would be through consenting, through development ideas?
Okay. I would like to unpick this a few different ways. So firstly, I would say that we've learned over the last year that the New Zealand economy and Hamilton's economy is very resilient. Even the world economy is more resilient than people give it credit for. Unemployment's not as high as people anticipated. GDP hasn't dropped as hard as people anticipated. And yes, there has been a strong health response that is the cause for this. We've looked after each other, and that in turn has looked after the economy. But I would just say we're actually more resilient than we might give ourselves credit for. And then secondly, I'd say look at the building industry in Hamilton is as strong as it's ever been. There were record levels of finished houses last year, even with builders not being able to get onto site for 6 weeks or so. So that just shows that the level of construction activity still remains high. The pipeline of construction activity remains strong, especially in the residential construction sector. Non-residential does show some promising signs of picking back up again, but it has to compete with a red hot residential construction sector. So some of there's going to be a retooling of economies like Hamilton into being able to build more houses, but it can't happen overnight. I'd suggest we're running at about where I think the construction industry could produce it at this point in time.
The resources have got to cope with that, you mean?
Yeah, we can't build houses quicker without more skilled tradespeople. So that's one comment around that. And then, sorry, you had another part to your question?
It was really about how business confidence is tracking here in Hamilton from the interface. So you've kind of talked about the building and consents.
So just general business confidence is really sector by sector. The education sector really relies heavily on the foreign
overseas students,
and tourism sector does rely on international tourists. There's no straight substitute for New Zealand tourism for overseas tourism. The quantums just don't match up. We don't have enough money to spend, and the times we go on holiday they sort of all stack on top of each other. So there's no straight substitution there. So those industries are hurting and continue to hurt, but they're equally sort of, there's industries that are thriving. For instance, the healthcare and social assistance in New Zealand has an additional 8,500 jobs since last year. So, it's a good time to be involved in that industry, to be involved in construction. Education and training is employing more people. While it might not be universities, there's still more classrooms in New Zealand. People, there are industries that are doing well. The industries that aren't doing as well as, your accommodation and food services, transport, postal, warehousing, wholesale trade, arts and recreation. So on the balance of it, there are positive and there are negatives, but overall we're pretty resilient at the moment.
Cool. Well, that's good. Long may it last.
Thanks, Stafford. We're going to go to H3 report with Sean.
Did you want to play that video?
Page 263 in Diligent. Lots of videos today, is it?
Sorry?
We should have brought the popcorn.
Yeah, sorry, is it? Have you got it there? Just thought we'd play you a quick clip that we created from the 660 concert that was 2 weekends ago.
What was the final tally of?
So we sold, the promoters sold 25,000 tickets. There was around 24,000 people actually went through the gates. And it's pretty clear to us that we could have sold probably 30,000 tickets, and we could have easily accommodated 30,000 people on the site. We took a decision at the time, however, with the promoter to not go above 25 because it was the first time we were doing an event like this, and we had a degree of nervousness about it in terms of a lot of the things surrounding it, and certainly particularly around egress from the venue, which didn't end up being a problem after all. So, how did you manage to find it?
Sorry, my computer's completely frozen, so we're just moving it around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so if I keep talking about the 660, I think overall it went extremely well for us. The stats that we had monitoring with Red Badge and Police and St John's were actually good stats in many respects. They were very similar to a rugby game or a big rugby game at FMG Stadium. The only stat that was higher than normal was the expulsion of underage drinkers, and that's part of our management plan where we were taking a very strict line on that. So if anyone was found without the proper wristband, they were pretty much removed immediately. There was no sort of discussion. So that stat was higher than normal. There were no arrests on site during the event. We cleared all those 24,000 people out of the oval in 15 minutes. It was totally empty. which was quite something. And whilst the roads were congested with pedestrians, it went really, really smoothly. The bus services that we put on, which is effectively with the Regional Council adding on a whole lot of orbiter buses going in different directions, that cleared the numbers that they could clear very quickly. And we had no major issues. We had the learnings, however, that we would think about next time if we do another event like that there is that we didn't put on enough staff to handle pedestrians crossing roads at certain points. So we were focusing on traffic management of cars for safety of pedestrians, but we actually should have had more management of the actual pedestrians themselves at certain points. And then the other, well, that was me. The other element, I guess it was a learning. We had a debate right at the get-go as to whether or not we should close the Claudelands Bridge for pedestrian egress from the site, and we chose not to, but as the numbers started to swell down in the Sonning car park, we did close the bridge, and so that quickly cleared the numbers. But we had no noise complaints. We only had one complaint from someone, and that was related to an event that was a few blocks away and had nothing to do with 660. So we were sort of very, very happy about that. But yeah, if we could play the video. You can. I'm not sure if any of you that are here today were there. It went pretty well. The audience was a real mixture. It wasn't just young people. There was a real mixture. There were even older people like myself there, though I didn't do any dancing. So I guess the key question I would have about that particular event, because it was a milestone for Hamilton to do that, it's been an objective of ours for a very long time at H3 to do this, is do we want to do it again? And that's something I'm going to keep asking people. Do you want us to do this again? Do you think it was worth our while? We actually, as H3, it made us a little bit of money. So financially, it was definitely a good result. But we did have some people say, does Hamilton want this type of event? Do we want to do outdoor concerts or not? So I'll be happy to get any feedback from people that you may have at any time to that effect on that question. I won't speak specifically to the H3 quarter report. Just to give you a quick update though, our February result has come in, and I would say that by the end of March we will have achieved our annual revenue target. That's suppressed a little bit obviously by costs of sales that's related to it, but also by increased maintenance costs that we're facing at the moment, plus a slightly bigger electricity bill than is the norm. So generally financially we're travelling pretty well. Activity-wise we're travelling extremely well, but we did take a knock last week. So halfway through the 660 concert we got the alert, the COVID alert message. One of my guys immediately left the control room in the Holman stand where he was part of the oversight team watching the event, and he went down the corridor to his office, or to his desk I should say, and started rebooking all of the following week's events with customers. And we had a lot that was going to happen last week and beyond. We've been able to move the bulk of that into the last week of March, so we're now going to have a very, very busy and very stressful end of March, but we did lose some of our business events. So the impact events we've been able to shift. Crowded House is still coming.
Beerfest is still happening this weekend, but in actual fact we will be challenged as a result of it. One of the challenges, Stafford was just talking about the COVID effect. Look, we've done pretty well, and Jason talked about how we've done extremely well on the event side for Hamilton, because I think we are in a bit of a fortunate position compared to a lot of other places, but the COVID alerts going off and on does knock us around, and it does make things a little bit tougher. There are people that are out there in our sector that are absolutely suffering. It's pretty hard going for them. But here in Hamilton, we've actually been we've done surprisingly well. One of the outcomes of COVID, however, that's hit us, our industry, and also the tourism industry, from various reports I'm hearing, is that we've actually lost a lot of staff. So we rely a lot on good technical skills that we can bring in on a casual basis to help us operate in our peaks. You know, if we have a big event coming on, we have a pool of people that are experienced that we can draw on, and the tourism industry is the same. A lot of people that were in those industries that were badly affected by COVID have actually shifted their careers. They've pivoted and they've gone somewhere else. So we're finding it's extremely hard to get technical people that do sort of the sound and light, the rigging and so forth, even to the point, and it's in Australia as well, to the point where as Australian operators in our zone, in the major event activity zone, are actually trying to recruit people out of New Zealand because they've lost people over there as well. So I'm flagging to you that we are struggling a little bit on our ability to breathe in and out with staff at the moment, despite our volumes and business levels being quite good. It's adding quite a bit of pressure. But I'll leave it at that, and happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Sean. Mayor Paula.
They didn't realise how busy it was going to be. In terms of, my question relates to three aspects. Traffic, you were talking about the ability to clear people out from Claudelands. There are a number of exits, of course. How did that all go? Were they able to get onto the expressway through how did people actually leave town?
Look, our immediate area that we looked at was really the pedestrian exits, and we had close-off zones so cars couldn't come into certain areas. I guess all I can say about traffic is we had nothing come through to us through the police or any other source to say that there was a traffic problem. I've asked as many people as I can, how did it go? Was it all right? And everyone I've spoken to, and this is just an anecdotal feedback from a reasonable number of people, is that it went fine. People were able to handle their own transport in and out without too much trouble. The buses worked extremely well. However, the buses can only cater to quite a small portion of the total number of people, but we've had nothing come in from our road transport contractors that were monitoring things, or the police especially, to say that there was an issue. Bearing in mind, we're right in the heart of the city, and unlike some other venues, so if you have the parking congestion and problem you have with the balloons over Waikato, which might have twice the number of people we had, they are off onto the side, so that how people then disperse and where they have to go. Whereas if you think about it, we have jams up after a game at FMG Stadium, but it clears pretty quickly. So, as I say, in the absence of anything from anyone,
well, I've got a couple more questions, but in terms of traffic, I just wonder whether some of the traffic issues that may have been weren't sort of subsumed, if you like, about the traffic issues that occurred because people were recalled for COVID to their hometown, to Auckland. So actually, you're right, I was actually talking about leaving Hamilton, but then I'm thinking that some of the traffic issues that somebody may have faced trying to get back to Auckland would have been hidden by the fact that they were in a logjam trying to get over a quarantine border all of a sudden, as opposed to there may still have been a considerable amount of traffic up the State Highway. We can't necessarily know.
Yeah. So sorry, my answer before was about traffic immediately leaving the venue, and that I wasn't thinking about the Auckland issue. There were around 7,500 tickets sold out of Auckland for the show. Now the experience that I had with after the next morning, with my wife and daughter was that we went effectively from East Hamilton, we went to the farmers market and stupidly didn't have breakfast there. We then went from Hayes Common through East Hamilton, right through the CBD, Sugar and Spice. We didn't get anything to eat until the BP station at the Huntly turnoff, because the cafes in town were chock-a-block. I don't know if any of you experienced that on Sunday morning. It was heaving. You were over 1 hour waits, you know. So my assumption with that was that a lot of those Auckland people stayed on, did things, and then that absolutely must have exacerbated the traffic jam that we arrived at Hampton Downs at around 1 o'clock.
No, I just wondered about that.
And so I think that would have been quite exacerbated quite badly by that event the night before with the level of Aucklanders on the road. So you had a 6 hour wait going from roughly south to north, but then Aucklanders that were leaving, or people getting out of Auckland, they were a 4 hour wait, I think, roughly.
Just in because there's two other things. One is noise, one is safety. In terms of the noise, because we did a lot of work with the local residents prior to the concert. Some were concerned about the noise. What was their reaction to the concert in the end? Did you have many noise? I mean, it's going to be noisy, right, if you're a neighbour?
We got zero.
Zero noise complaints?
No one came through.
So would that give you the confidence then that Hamilton could host this kind of event? Nobody wants it every weekend outside their back fence, but if once, a couple of times a year or whatever, we could do these kind of scale events and that the local environment would cope? I
think so. Look, we were very worried about the noise, and we were a little bit concerned about the noise from the sound check on the Friday night. We had people from Marshall Day monitoring the noise levels at different areas around the neighbourhood, and but on the night it actually came in fine. We went 1 decibel over in one measurement point, which would have affected 3 or 4 houses. That's how fine-tuned the measurement was. We didn't get a single complaint on noise, either directly or through council at all.
I understand safety was an issue downtown, but that was compounded by the fact that police had to go to the quarantine. They had to go to Huntly. So
yes, I think the downtown issue, and it's a bit hard to get precision out of the police in terms of analysis of stats. It wasn't a good night by any means. It wasn't as bad as Friday night, I was told. My question mark is, how does it compare to a normal O-week night? So it might have been beyond the norm, a couple of weeks before or in a couple of weeks' time, but I guess my question is, and I'm not trying to defend the 660 behaviour or whatever, but there is the issue of how it relates to a regular O-week night. We had no evictions from the site for drunkenness at all. We had a few people that had a bit too much and they were put in the cooling down tents and given a seat and some fresh air and some water and stuff, but we had no issues. And once again, I'm not aware of any issues on people walking back into town either. And what I can also say in terms of the alcohol is people bought a lot less alcohol than was projected as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, and thank you for the good report. Interesting that the expos are still cooking really well, even though...
Remarkable.
And they bring quite a bit of the revenue in, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and they bring a lot of people in. So one of the challenges we had over the last week is actually for that type of activity and even other activity that was looking to move out of Auckland and come to Hamilton because of Auckland's higher alert level. But in a couple of instances, we actually turned them down because Aucklanders have to bring with them their alert levels, and we were just a bit nervous that there was no way of, not that we, it's a voluntary thing, it's not mandatory, but there's no way we could control it.
Is that everything for you, Paul?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher?
Yeah, perhaps looking ahead in a post-COVID, obviously when the expressway, the Hamilton section expressway is completed, then the access to Claudelands becomes incredibly easy and convenient, I suspect. The Claudelands rail platform, again looking ahead, because obviously I know Kiwi Rail will eventually be incredibly innovative and entrepreneurial, because they'll read there's a change of government. 4 years ago. But, you know, obviously that Claudelands platform does, to me, I mean, it's quite a unique combo, isn't it, for indoor, outside, plus you have the rail platform, good access from the expressway. Do you have any thoughts around what we need to do to make that platform available for future charter operations?
I mean, from an H3 perspective, what would be far more beneficial to us is a platform downtown here.
Right.
If we had something down to service Seddon Park, FMG Stadium,
yes,
and Claudelands at the same time, that would be invaluable, and that would really help our case for the idea of charters for services and that. It's a topical issue about the Brooklyn Road site that we own that has a easement provision for a railway platform. My own personal view is I'm not actually convinced that it will be warranted for the purposes of what goes on at Claudelands, because the time frame, you know, the challenges of running a sustainable railway service and then the sort of unique time frames and everything else of activity at Claudelands, it's very, very erratic, and to try and get things to match between events taking place in a rail schedule and everything else is really very, very challenging.
I mean, obviously I acknowledge that the Hamilton Central, because obviously, generally speaking, that's within walking distance of all,
that's exactly right,
including regional theatre. I get that, but I'm thinking more in terms of just in the years to come. You know, the special concert charter train that might, you know, I mean, people might just jump on a platform in Auckland and it takes them right to the door of the concert. Then at a certain time, picks them up and takes them right back to the front door.
Yeah, look, I hear what you're saying. I'm struggling to find it a strong case.
Sure. As a proportion, but obviously we'll always keep that option open, clearly. As a proportion, can you just repeat, there were 7,500 tickets from Auckland. Again, as people get to realise about the expressway and the Hamilton, do you think that kind of potential increases because we become an easier destination?
Absolutely, it would definitely increase, but I would also say that it would equally increase for Hamiltonians going to events in Auckland.
Sure, yeah.
So it goes both ways, and it also will always be subject to, is the band coming to Hamilton and is it also going to Auckland?
Yeah, sure, of course.
And so 660, when they committed to Hamilton, weren't going to Auckland. I think if they, at the time that they released that particular tour, had also had Auckland on the schedule, we might not have got those 7,500 people out of Auckland. Now, we might have still got them out of the Waikato and everything else, or other areas, but that does always have a bearing as to whether the show's on here or there.
And anecdotally, you made your own observation before you went back through the international border south of Bombay and went through all the customs checks, but you said you couldn't get into a cafe in town. How much do you think that is related to the concert or just general Sunday morning?
Look, it was probably my observation of the people that were there, and they looked like people that weren't normally here.
Right.
I can put it that way. You know, it was just a lot of young groups, and you know, it was a very different crowd.
Yeah, okay, which kind of matched more or less.
I think so.
Yeah, that's fascinating in terms of the flow on. Thank you.
Councillor Van Hoesten.
Yeah, thanks for the video. It's really cool to be able to see it from a flyover perspective. I didn't notice many people on the outside in those photos, so would like to have a bit of an understanding about people who didn't buy a ticket, didn't go into the event, but were in the spaces around there. Can you give us some information about that?
Quite a small number. If you look at where the Claudelands Park area is, where the playground is, we actually put in sanitizer stations and water stations, and we had red badge staff posted over there to monitor things, because we did expect quite a large number of people, and there wasn't actually that big a crowd, which surprised us. There were a couple of people floating around the road, wandering up and down, but very few, a lot less than we had expected.
Right, and so there was no real further impact on the traffic coming out or leaving. Oh, I'm really interested in that. And so the other question I had is with regard to COVID procedures and contact tracing. I was at the supermarket this week and noticed a person standing outside, and with that, people were behaving in a much more responsible way and using the QR code. Is that something that is happening at Claudelands for events? And
Yeah, we push it pretty hard at all of our venues using the QR code, and we pushed it really hard at the 660 event. However, it's fair to say that we don't have a power to force people to do it. And it's fair to say a lot of people still did not want to do it. And so we put every opportunity everywhere. So you could do your scanning when you arrived, you could scan at different points in the venue. Every time you went to buy a beer or a drink or something to eat, there was more scanning. They even had long distance scanning on the screens that, believe it or not, you can actually scan from your phone if you can zoom in. And there was a lot of COVID messaging throughout the night, throughout the event. And I think in the elected member update, I attached the sort of rock video from the Director General of Health on COVID testing and everything else. So look, we're doing a lot on that front. All venues around the country are very conscious of it, and all the promoters are very conscious of it, but we still have people who do not want to do it.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Just a question from me, Sean. Congratulations on the Seddon Park being selected as one of the 4 venues. Of the $2 million funding, how much do you think Seddon Park will get, and where will that money go?
I'm sorry, if Chad was here, he would give you the exact amount and exactly where it's going to go. The work is actually primarily going to go into the changing room areas for women's changing room facilities, because historically we've been geared up for the blokes. So we're now, as a result of this, there's going to be increased women's changing room areas. That's where the money's going to go. Look, I'm from memory. I think it's around 300,000, something like that, but I really can't recall. Please don't quote me on that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that's the end of our questions. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Committee, we're on page 363. Moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Mangai Te Pora. And is there any debate? Starting with Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Councillor Ryan. Went to the concert, thought it was incredibly well run. Must confess I was back home having a cup of tea by 10, so I didn't stay late. From a noise point of view, have an apartment downtown, couldn't hear it from my balcony before we went, walked along Claudelands Bridge, found the road allocated for pedestrians only, found all the staff directing, thought I was in a world-class city around the world going to a concert, and thought, good one, Hamilton, well done, H3. There's my feedback. Oh, sorry, you wanted feedback? Should we do more? Yeah. Let's do as many as we can. Yeah. That's it.
Fantastic.
I did. Only for an hour and a bit.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was already committed to something else, so didn't get to go to the 660, went to the alternative event, which is the way it happens. Better to have too many events in Hamilton than not enough, right? I'm happy to see us promote ourselves as having done a successful outdoor concert. I think it's really good, something fresh and new, and not always inside the event centre itself. I think we've just got to be careful that we do learn for refinement. It was brilliantly well done, Sean, but there's always refinements. There's refinements around noise. I've had a recent conversation with the police around how the rest of Hamilton coped when resources get diverted. So that's a conversation to have ongoing probably through Angela's city safety focus that she has. And, in terms of traffic, I support the comments of my colleagues in terms of thinking more broadly and wisely about how we connect to the events market, north and south. So we want to make it easier for Aucklanders to come out, and they're used to a certain amount of melee around an event, because it's not exactly seamless to get to Mount Stewart Stadium, is it? you know, so, you know, and you go through all kinds of industrial land and streets and walk quite a long way, which is quite good. You burn off a few calories that way. So that's fine. We're now telling Auckland, we're now telling New Zealand we're on the map for those sort of events. I think to be fair to the local residents, they're probably very tolerant, but I don't think they'd be tolerant, Councillor Wilson, if it was every weekend. But I think they'd be tolerant if there were a handful of such events during the year. So that's cool. I would be interested in knowing what 660, who of course are one of the New Zealand's biggest bands at the moment. I would love to know some feedback at some stage later, Sean, feedback from 660. Also, we've had some other big movers and shakers. We've had LAB in the arena. We've had, oh gosh, I can't even remember. There's so much going on, which is a good thing. But I would love to hear, and Crowded House coming shortly, I would love to hear from those top echelon bands how they found our experience, because we can use those stories to promote ourselves to other top echelon music events. And yeah, so I think that's a very good opportunity. But I do want to say thank you for that, because there was a lot of excitement and trepidation in equal measure, being the first time that we've embraced something like this. So your staff do an awesome job, and I know it's not just you, Sean, it's a lot of other people that we don't necessarily clap eyes on, but they're running around doing all of the technical work, all of the safety work, all of the logistics, all of the hospitality, and all of the media marketing. So they do a great job. So please refer that back to them.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, thanks, Sean. I tautoko everything that's been said, and yeah, well done, Sean. What a great event, great interaction with police, good collaboration there too. It was great having them present to us earlier in terms of the proactive approach. It just shows you don't have to have alcohol to have a good time, which I think we've achieved, and I look forward to seeing how we did financially too, and just making sure that we can continue to do it sustainably. But what a great thing for our city. Thanks also to Stafford and Jen with superb reports. I think that brings us to the end of our debate. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move to PX. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Rob Pascoe. Those for? Any against? Carried unanimously.